Captain's pick.
Hello and welcome everybody on this wonderful Saturday to the HoN OMG cycle number 5. This is going to be the first game of today's series of games. We're going to be watching Big Ego Crew versus the Lazy Feline in this first match. I'm Easy Full Clan and I'm going to be joined here by Huge Soul as my co-caster. How's it going, Huge Soul?
So I'm quite interested in this game.
HoN's blade is
Mhm.
overcompensation.
So for
if you
those
ask
of
me.
you who don't know, Huge Soul is also a player, and you're going to be playing in this cycle as well, right?
Yeah, I'm playing next game after this one.
Next game, and you play for I can't remember the name of your team.
I'm playing for Team. It's
Team
Zimbabwe
Tim.
team. Yep.
Yes, Team Tim, Team, whatever you want, however you want to pronounce it. Very
Yeah.
cool. So it's going to be very interesting to hear your insight as a competitive player. So I'm looking forward to that, and I also expect you to be doing a little bit of note taking, because you might see one of these teams in the semifinals or beyond, right?
If we win.
So,
Yeah.
right, if you win, yes, always humble. So jumping into the draft now, since we already have hero picks coming out, we have Bubbles, Chipper, Draconis, and Magmus bans. So anything sticking out to you with those bans?
It's pretty standard from bands right now from Big Ego Crew. They don't like to play against Draconis, so I understand it. And they have a Draconis player in the Hellbound side, so
Oh, really? I didn't know that somebody was a Draconis picker over there, but makes sense. I think the only one that kind of makes me scratch a little bit is Bubbles. Bubbles is kind of a band that you don't really see very often. However, for those of you who don't know, I believe it was this patch that gave him back the autocast on Take
yeah.
Cover. So that could have been the decision point for making this hero a first ban.
Yeah, and
ban worthy in the first
yeah,
phase.
and also Zero is a very good Bubbles player.
Oh yes, we were just talking about that before
Yeah.
before we actually went live. So, okay, we've already got plenty of picks here, though. We've got more Engineer Flux coming out from the Legion side. Then we've got Lodestone and Aluna as we wait on the third pick. This is looking like a very, very standard Big Ego Crew draft. I feel like I've seen these three heroes in their hands pretty often. And obviously, Engineer and Flux pair very well together, and Moira is just kind of a nightmare support hero in her own right. So, yeah, how are you feeling about these drafts?
It's pretty standard, and the Flux NG combo, Flux can be very flexible, so it can be mid and it can be on the long lane as well. That's why we don't really know how they're gonna land this with this, even with the Flux third pick.
Yeah, and I mean that's
Profit.
coming from that competitive mindset. I mean that's something that you always kind of want with your draft, right?
Yeah,
Especially with those first three picks going into that second wave of bans, is you don't really want to give anything away about your laning setup. And I think Legion has done that very, very successfully. I would say Hellborn has too, more or less. They're kind of running these. They round out their picks with the Prophet. So, but I mean, the only hero that I feel like I know is going to be doing something in particular is probably going to see like a Lodestone solo. So, I mean, how do you feel?
If I like see in the player, Prophet can be played mid because Zero is also a good Prophet. He spams Prophet mid lane with. So this is a very strong pick. If Big Ego Crew don't manage to see that or read that, maybe.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I actually like. I mean, in my pub games, I've piloted Prophet in the mid lane every now and then. This is a long time ago, but I think that hero is very exceptional with a
Yeah.
portal key pickup. I think that hero is fantastic as a counter initiator, and I think you're right in kind of highlighting that. And yeah, that hero can be really devastating in that role. So, but it feels like it kind of might fall prey to ganks, which I mean, Big Ego Crew, they play a very active
Yeah,
game.
they do.
So, and I mean, they have, well, they don't. they don't have you playing NG for them anymore. As I was just thinking about how Engineer was once upon a time a very threatening mid pick for them, but Sate is their mid player these days,
Yeah.
and I don't think he really plays Engineer mid. He I mean, the main thing that I remember him playing is Pebbles in the mid lane. But
Yeah.
I'm getting carried away with these theoretical talk. Let's talk about these heroes that were ejected from the game. Big Eager Crew takes
Oh.
out Predator, Oogie, and Arachna, and the Lazy Feline gets rid of Cthulhuphant, Hammerstorm, and Swiftblade. So really interesting. Mostly carry bans. The Cthulhu font, makes a whole lot of sense. I hate that hero. I hate playing against it. Personally, it's not a fun hero to play either. In my opinion, so I just don't like that hero. But yeah, how do you feel about these bans?
Cthulhu font, I kinda understand it, but I don't think it's a very scary hero to play against, because we can, like, with NG pick and Flux, it's pretty. I mean, I don't think they will pick a Cthulhu font on top of that, because the hero don't have synergy with their heroes, and rally pick,
Yeah.
which is
So, and I think that recently I think I played a TMM game against Shorcan, and I think he was piloting Rally, and that hero is really nasty to play against. I mean, it works so well in aggressive lineups. Just like that extra escape for anybody on your team is really difficult to deal with sometimes, I think. But this is kind of interesting. I was not expecting this Grinex pick coming out.
Actually, I really like Grinex because it can be very mobile in the game, and it can surprise the Legion team very well. So
how do you think they're going to run it? I mean, this is I kind of wasn't expecting. In my eyes, I'm still on kind of a TMM mindset. I haven't casted one of these in a little bit, but in my mind, they already had that solo hero, and in my eyes, Grinex is a solo hero, kind of like an offlane soloer. Though I guess you could run it in the mid lane, but yeah, how do you think they're running that Grinex?
I have no idea. Maybe it's gonna be a solo Grinex on the short lane, maybe.
Okay.
Or a Lowstone solo. They could also like join in with Grinex, but I don't think they will do that.
They ran it out with Moon Queen. So hard carry versus hard carry here. We've got Moon Queen versus Malikan, and Big Eagle Crew is very comfortable running that Malikan, even post nerf. I mean, that hero got hit by the nerf bat a decent amount, right? He no longer has quite as much passive magic armor from Hellborn Zeal at lower levels of the ability, and the base lifesteal from the Green Sword was nerfed. So Moon Queen also got hit by a little nerf. Her Staff of the Master effect isn't quite as powerful, but I mean that was more of a luxury type thing anyway. I find in most games, but yeah, we'll see how Big Eagle Crew goes ahead and runs this Malikan, or if they are able to find success with it still in its nerf state. But yeah, this Hellborn lineup is really interesting to me. I mean, this is something I wasn't expecting at all. I mean, just looking at how these teams are running out of the base in the pre-match. I mean, we've got Grinex and Lodestone coming down here into the bot lane. I mean, what's the idea here?
Yeah, and these two heroes are very good versus Malikan, because Grinex is very physical, and if you see Malikan's armor, it's only 0.5.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. The poke from Grinex is going to be doing a lot to Malikan.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think Lodestone is excellent versus Malikan and pretty much all stages of the game. Because, whenever he's on low HP, he gets that high magic armor, but Lodestone with the Shatterstorm just offers that piercing state to his entire lineup. So, yeah, it seems really strong. So, I mean, I fully expect a Shrunken Head coming out from Malikan eventually, as you do
it's a
see
must.
in most games.
Yeah, it's a must this game. And we see Prophet mid. I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of not surprised, but it's gonna
Yeah, I
be.
mean, don't say you're surprised. You called it.
Yes, I called it.
You predicted it.
It's interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, so this is going to be kind of a more of a roaming style lodestone. It looks like. Looks like Grinix is going to be the one to solo one versus one against Malakin. And yeah, I mean, so this tri lane, this is a very standard big ego crew tri lane. Rally Moira NG, triple stun, very strong. I kind of fear for Hellborn here. I mean, they're trying to run this defensive tri lane. It makes sense, try to give Moon Queen a good start, but you know, I don't think she's going to be able to offer much against this Legion tri lane. So I'm really kind of worried about her.
I mean,
but if I can just touch on mid really quick, how do you feel about the mid matchup?
Since I never play against the Prophet, I can't look the
and Moon Queen already gets compelled on. She takes the Shards of Harkon into a kick. She's in a dangerous spot. Double stun from Lodestone is going to try to save her, but Riley is able to walk away with about 100 HP. So yeah, like I said, I worry about Moon Queen in this tri lane setup. I mean, she immediately gets punished on the first wave of creeps there, and I mean, given that, you know, they've got a little bit of a window to maybe get something done right now. I mean, Rally is actually getting gone on by Lodestone. Shards of Harkon is going to give him some space, but you know, he's very low. Aluna is not able to get into range to cast Emerald Lightning, so she's not going to be able to find that kill on Rally. But I mean, the Legion heroes in the tri lane are kind of low HP right now. Rally is potting up, they're pulling, so they're still getting some stuff out of the lane. I mean, they just have a great start right now. I mean, who got the Bloodlust? I didn't even see. It was Moira, so
yeah, Moira.
Having that early boots on Moira is certainly going to help them a lot.
And they got the neutral camps as well. Oh.
As they go on to Aluna, Shards of Heart. I mean, there's just so much chain stun here. They're already going to just keep pounding auto attacks. They're going to continue pounding auto attacks into Lodestone, get him down well below half HP, so he's going to have to be careful in the next engagement that I'm sure is going to be right around the corner. I mean, Big Ego Crew just relentless right out of the gate.
I'm interesting of the 1v1 Grinix Malik. Wonder who is on top right now.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really paid too much attention to it right now. I mean, we've got I miss looking at the stats. I mean, they go and they find that low HP Lodestone and Moon Queen. I mean, this tri lane is a disaster at this point. I mean, 4 kills have came out within 2 minutes. I mean, what do you do if you're Hellborn in this spot? I mean, you've lost your tri lane almost immediately. And I think the path to recovery is actually non-existent. I mean, you see Moon Queen just goes ahead and rotates out of the lane. So they keep Lodestone and Aluna up there, but Moon Queen is deciding to try and find some farm in the bot lane, which makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, she's not getting anything done in the top lane.
Yeah, but the weakness is that they will rotate bottom with Murder.
Yeah, of course. I think that rotations will come from Legion into the bot lane fairly quickly. Yeah, Moira went all the way back to base. She has a port. I imagine she'll probably port bot. And then the cycle continues. Yeah. But Aluna has also TP'd, so now there's 3. This is a 3v2 here in the bot lane right now. Grinix is running back over. They just placed a ward. Mechx is going to see Grinix there, so they should know to be a bit careful here. But they might go on this Moira. Grinix is stalking in, and the double stun is going to stun. I'm actually
he missed on Moira.
Yeah, that could have been a double stun because and Lodestone is actually getting gone on right now. He's able to rocket drill away. But yeah, that was an interesting stun decision, to say the least. I mean, if you pushed him into Malakin, that was a double stun, if I'm not mistaken, right? The hero that you push into with Grenade will get stunned. So I think that was a bit of a misplay, but I won't linger on it. But it was a very important kill that they needed to find to get on the board. But now it's just a tri-lane versus tri-lane here in the bot lane. Moon Queen is going to take a sword throw. Shards of Harkon are going to come out onto Malakin. They're going to connect onto Grinix, but he is invis. Rev Ward goes down. He's very, very low HP, but they are not going to be able to finish him off. So yeah, I mean, Legion just, you know,
Rally top lane.
Yeah, Rally does manage to find that kill onto Lodestone. Lodestone tries to head smash him together with the tower damage. It's not going to be able to find the kill, so 5-0 in favor of Big Ego Crew. How does Lazy Feline find their first kill?
A mistake
Kinda
from
like
Legion side. Mispositioning, I think, or a
this
gank.
way? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, do they try and kind of like wait for? I mean, what's the first big team objective? Do you think that Hellborn needs to try and hunker down and
Right now,
and complete?
yeah, right now they have to kill the rally. They have to, because the rally is taking so much space on the
Mhm.
map and focusing so much attention. And the more he gets farmed, the more he's like unkillable right now.
Okay.
So yeah, this is the
I think that makes sense. So you're saying, you know, if Rally keeps having the game that he has, I mean, he is the top farmer for Legion right now. He's going to get that early portal key, and it'll basically be impossible for any hero on the Legion side to find any amount of farm this game.
yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you, and I mean, he's almost about to have Ghost Marchers. It's basically at that point, it's going to be very difficult to
Yeah.
push him out of the lane without just a full commitment from Lazy Feline. You know, they're trying the tri lane here in the top lane again. You know, Moira is kind of sneaking down here towards Malakin, towards Grenex with Malakin. So yeah, Grenex does take a sword throw. There's action in the top lane as Rally also does go in on Moon Queen. He's going to get rocket drilled by Rally, by Lodestone. He does get killed by Luna Power Throw, but Flux is here, uses the release. But Prophet ulti is going to come out. Lots of damage coming out on NG. NG might end up falling to just a couple more auto attacks. No, it's actually Moon Queen who's going to be in a lot of trouble. Takes a keg stun, but it pushes her out of the fray. Whew. So that was a 1-for-1 lodestone from Rally, and I mean, that's exactly what they needed, right? I mean, that is a worthy sacrifice in my eyes for lodestone to slow down Rally. And it did require a rotation from the Flux, but also Prophet came as well. Something I just noticed, we have a Lex Talionis on Prophet. So what do you think about that item on Prophet? I mean, it seems to synergize pretty well, right? Bonus damage from Debilitate, bonus damage from Lex Talionis. The only thing that breaks my heart is that Lex Talionis no longer also reduces magic armor, as it once did. I wish it still did that, but it was very strong.
Yeah, but yeah, the problem with Prophet is his lack of mobility. That's the issue, and I prefer phase boots on him, so he can move faster. But yeah, I don't play the hero, so I don't know.
Yeah, Grenex is actually going to get got on by Malakin. Malakin is going to be able to auto attack him down and finish him off. Rally is, I thought Lodestone was going to go on Rally, but Rally is just super fast with these Ghost Boots now, and having 115 max damage, he just does so much auto attack damage on top of that battle experience. I mean, they're able to comfortably 2v3 this lane at this point, it feels like. Lodestone is going to tank a bunch of Spider Mines. He's going to end up getting compelled stun, but he's going to rocket drill out. Aluna is going to throw in some damage with the power throw. Prophet TPs with a haste. He's chasing Engineer, Moira, and Rally, but he does not quite have his ulti up. Just a few more seconds. I know he was waiting on it. He's going to end up getting chain stunned, it looks like. Is he going to live? No, the compel is going to lock him down for the final blow. Whew.
That's a
So,
disaster.
yeah, that is just not what Prophet was looking for. I was wondering when that shared fate was going to come out, and I noticed it just had like 3 seconds on it whenever he was in pursuit with haste. So just, you know, those small timing windows can really make the difference sometimes, and it's so frustrating as a player. I've been in his shoes too many times.
So Moon Queen just TP'd mid, and he's now low HP. He's back to low HP again. He literally
Yeah.
TP'd, and
Did he TP? He did not TP with low HP, right? He just
No, he got pulled and Flux queued him.
Yeah, so I mean, Moon Queen
Yeah.
is just, he's the top farmer, but I mean, he's still sub 300 GPM, so just having a really, really rough start. I mean, even Prophet, 230 GPM, it just feels like Prophet's not going to have that game, but they are going on Flux. I mean, tons of stuff coming out to chain stun Flux down, but Flux is actually going to end up falling. They had just the right amount of damage to finish him off. The support from NG wasn't enough to save him. So
that's a very good kill for Hal.
yeah, they needed that level 9 Flux. But okay, I mean,
Rally is trying to make a play with Moira on the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
They're trying to make some stacks for this Moon Queen. Moon Queen is level 6, but he actually did not take his ulti. How do you feel about that? No ulti on Moon Queen level 6? I mean, I know he's... The idea here is to avoid... Luna is just going to instantly fall.
And the mid
I
lane?
missed it, but...
Engineer?
Yeah, Engineer was invis, I saw that, but Grinix is kind of pursuing Flux. But no, they're not going to end up doing anything. But yeah, I mean, I know the idea with Moon Queen here is to try and avoid, but you know, I really feel like you want that Moon Finale ultimate just in case, you know, something were to show up on your end of the map. But we'll see what happens. I'm sure he'll pick it up, probably level 8. Rally is going to get jumped on in the bottom or in the top lane. He gets stunned by Grinix. That was actually an interesting interaction. I think he got pushed at the same time that Compel came out, and so all 3 heroes got stunned simultaneously. That was kind of weird. But yeah, he is going to manage to escape.
Yeah, but the fact we spoke about no ulti on Moon Queen, I think it's because he wants to stay in the jungle and he wants some more damage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually paying a lot of attention to his skill build right now. He actually, at level 7, he chose not to get multi-strike, the level 4 multi-strike, and he put another point into Lunar Glow, which is the passive aura. So yeah, I don't know if that was misclicks or what, but yeah, Prophet is actually getting gone on by Flux and Moira. Compel is going to be enough to get Flux into range. Malikan is going to find the kill onto Grinix, and Aluna is getting dove by Moira, Flux, Rally, and she just has no hope. So, but they're successfully drawing attention away from Moon Queen. I mean, kind of. Engineer is smoked in the jungle, just patrolling for her. They are going to see her in the top lane now. And what is going to happen? I mean, all of them are gravitating towards Moon Queen. She is going to port right now back to base. So entire Hellborn team is either dead or in the well. I mean, the golden experience deficit,
yeah,
I haven't commented on it this game. It has kind of been glaring for a little bit, but I mean, it's pretty pronounced at this point, right? About 8k gold, 6k experience. So you know, how does Legion swing that back in their favor? Excuse me, not Legion, Hellborn. Okay, a Shatterstorm is getting charged up by Lodestone in the top lane. Rally seems unaware. It's going to connect, and Riley is going to fall very, very quickly. Engineer is standing alone here inside of his energy field. He's putting auto attacks to Prophet. Prophet is going to end up going down. PK Flux is going to connect onto Lodestone and Prophet. Grinix and Aluna are forced to retreat. They do find the kill onto Moira and Engineer as well in the meantime. It is a 2 for 3. Nope, make that a 3 for 3. But Moon Queen is alive. I mean, Malikan is alive. Oh my gosh. That's a quad kill with Flux. That ward of sight there in the medium camp, tipping him off onto their position. So I didn't realize that Flux got all of those kills until the very end there. So that is a quad kill.
For Satellitium. And they will get mid tower after this fight.
Yeah, mid tower is going to open up tons of space for them, right? It's going to be very, very difficult for Moon Queen to find any farm on the map now that they can confidently patrol where that mid tower once was and easily smoke into the jungle repeatedly. But Moon Queen hasn't died in a while. I mean, she's starting to approach 400 GPM. Looks like she's got a triple ancient stack, and she's gonna kind of work it down because she doesn't really have anywhere else to play safely. Grinix and Lodestone are gonna maybe find a kill onto Rally. Yes, they do. So that's another important kill. Yeah, I mean, Rally does have his portal key, but I haven't really seen him using it. So the portal key on Flux really surprised me. He's actually hasting towards the ancients right now, and he is going to find Moon Queen. He does pounds in the release with the magnetic discharge, and boom.
He got killed.
That is a death on the Moon Queen. Oh, he did. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. That is I mean, a death is a death, but you know, obviously Flux would be much happier having that gold and experience in his own bank instead of the neutrals who can't scale. But yeah, I mean, a dead Moon Queen is still a dead Moon Queen. I mean, she was starting to get towards 400 GPM. The PK Shards of Harkons with the discharge is going to pull in 3 heroes here, but Lodestone is pushing them away with the Shatterstorm charge up. The Moira ulti is going
Nice.
to cancel it for now. I think it still went off on Flux, but Lodestone is going to end up dying as well. So that that Moira ulti
Yeah.
is really great. Just kind of slowed down that team fight enough to where the Legion team could respond properly, and they take 0 casualties in exchange for 2.
Moon Queen might be in trouble.
Yeah, it looks like
Oh,
she's in trouble. She
no.
is forced to go away from this neutral camp. So I mean, now we're talking about gold lead, 12k almost in favor of Big Ego Crew. So I mean, they are really commanding this map. And I'm kind of wondering how long it's going to be until we see a Kong attempt. You know, Malikan over here, haven't really spoken about him in quite a while. Has his Thunderclaw and Whispering Helm set up. He's fully stacked, taking out a triple stack Ancient right now. What does Malikan go for? Does he could just go for the Hyper Crown, just continue
He
farming?
could do
I think
that.
that's what he does.
Yeah, or he could go PK and play with his team at this point.
Ooh, PK. You like PK over Shrunken Head if he wants to be active?
With that gold lead, he can afford PK before the Shrunken. He
That's
can be
true. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. You're so far ahead, you can sacrifice the inventory slot. But I mean, if he goes PK, he's going to have to drop the wind whistle, you know. And I don't know if Dutch is willing to do that.
Yeah. And Moon
But,
Queen's farming
yeah,
aggressive.
Moon Queen smokes all the way into the Legion jungle so that she can, you know, just find somewhere to farm.
Mhm.
It's good play. I like it. I mean, there's literally nothing that they can do to stop these. I mean, they're posturing around this mid-tier tier 2 tower, but I just don't expect them to be able to defend it if Legion decides to actually assault it. But you know, I could be surprised. Luna. Oh, I thought. Oh, this is a double seismic slam onto Lodestone and Prophet, and that's going to be 2 easy casualties, and all of the heroes get pulled into the energy field by Flux. This is a disaster for Lazy Feline, but they are able to get a little bit out of it, and they do find a kill under Rally. Moira was in the red, but yeah, it's a genocide. So when I said a little bit out of it, not much at all. That's what I actually meant. So it's a genocide in favor of Big Ego Crew. They're taking out this mid-tier 2 tower. Is this book or is this game open and shut? Is there, you know, is there comeback potential for Lazy Feline here?
They can if they win like 4 and 5 team fights in a row.
Okay, the concede vote actually is called. I don't know if that's frustrated somebody or if that's a serious concede votes, but I believe tourney rules require people to start saying GG in chat. Oh, okay, the game has been conceded. So there you have it. Game 1, Big Ego Crew versus Lazy Feline. Big Ego Crew takes it. Strong performance as always, and I think it just goes back to that tri-lane setup initially, right? Like they just got, you know, the Moon Queen Lodestone and Aluna just got crushed right out of the gate, and they were just scrambling all game to try and see what they could do to recover from it. But yeah, I mean, how do you correct that in a future game? Is it
I
Moon
think
Queen?
I think the hero pick on Moon Queen hero pick wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. I'm thinking that Moon Queen is just a little bit too weak. It's like
Yeah.
I think the hero is only able to perform if you're kind of given a free lane. I don't want to call
Mhm.
you're never like really given a free lane, but yeah, I mean, I think reading that draft, I think you're expecting to either go against 2-1-2 or a
Yeah.
tri lane, and
But
yeah, I don't know.
it's just the Moon Queen is a bit weak against Rally NG combo. If yeah, that's it. I think that's why
Mhm.
I don't really like to pick, but they tried. It was a good try, I guess.
Yeah, you got to hand it to him for trying.
Yeah.
And you know, Moon Queen is always a fun hero to see whenever it actually is able to get things going for itself. It farms so quickly, but unfortunately that just wasn't the game. So Big Eager Crew will be moving into the next round, and I'm not sure what the next. You said your team is
Yes,
team is going
we're
to be playing,
playing.
right? And who
Yep,
you guys going to be playing?
with team team name called GG.
A team named GG.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll have to research the name. I'm not
Yeah.
entirely sure, but stay tuned for the next round, everybody. We'll be back after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to HoN OMG Cycle 5. We have Team Tim versus GG. So, I'm going to be joined by Dutch Ownage in a bit after a very exciting first round match. We're going to have these two teams who have been playing in the cycles for quite a bit. So we have Imboboy now doing the drafting for Team Tim, and we have Walgreen on the side of the Hellborn doing the drafting for GG. So the first band that comes out, that's going to be the Moira. So I don't know if you just noticed, but Moira is still definitely a very strong hero, even in an aggressive tri-lane, as well as in defending his carry or defending heroes with that ultimate. I think that hero is first pick, first ban worthy, pretty much. For everybody watching that's going to face us, don't ban it. You don't need to ban it versus us. It's fine. And then we have the Engineer ban, which is also a very popular pick, especially when played middle as well. So then we have the ban Bombardier. I mean, that hero did receive some nerfs, but it's interesting to see that that hero is actually banned out first, and the Electrician is definitely just a respect ban versus the Imboboy. Hello. So,
Did you already introduce me? I need to introduce myself.
yeah, I introduced you. So, how are you doing, Dutch?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I was like just kind of busy, and barely made it in time, or not in time, but everything worked out fine. But talking about the bans, I am really surprised by the Behemoth pick, because I feel like Behemoth is an extremely weak hero right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think if you're going to be running the Behemoth, it'll be in the semi-support role. So I don't really see it. I don't understand why you would ever pick it first, though, as there are a lot of other strong heroes available.
Yeah, and Behemoth is like a hero that is so dependent on either like really sneaky positioning to get like a good Fissure. For example, in the mid lane it can do some work, or like a PK, or a staff. But let's be realistic for a second. And I don't think that the Behemoth is really that useful before that, partially because of the high mana cost of the spells and like the long cooldown on the Fissures. So. And I also don't feel like Behemoth is really strong against some kind of push lineup, but
Yeah, but just look at this. Magnus is also still up, which is just an absolutely ridiculous hero. Even in the semi-support, or in the mid role, or in the off-lane role, or in the tri-lane role.
yeah, but I would understand why you would not want to pick up a Magnus as the Legion side against the Kinesis.
Yeah, of course, but Hellborn's side have that hero open to them, and instead
True.
they go for an Accursed and a Keeper of the Forest, which I think are not really the strongest heroes right now. Accursed
What do you think?
screams.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah. What do you think about Accursed with the new E?
It's that E is more towards carry Accursed styles, but I don't think that's the best role for him. If they're going to be running an Accursed, I would prefer it to be either in the semi-support role or in the off-lane role to try and get some farm on him, get a gnomes, get a bunch of team items. But the hero has the issue is that it just gets a lot worse in the late game. The only reason it's really good is because it can get rid of stuns and debuffs and stuff with a shield.
Yeah.
But in the late game, that's really not going to have as much impact as in those early team fights.
Yeah, I feel like Accursed is more often, in my opinion, a good pick as like a counter pick to a very big stun. Like what comes to mind is the Tundra stun, Tundra ultimates.
Yeah.
The Tundra ultimate goes through strong connect, so you always want to be able to remove that. In that case, I would like the Accursed pickup. In this case,
Yeah.
is there really something you want to remove? I don't think
Not
you can
really.
remove Puppet Show, right?
I'm not
No,
sure.
no. It's
I
a
don't think
blue.
you can. Yeah.
It's a blue buff. Debuff.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about that. Although I will say it is really good versus the Aurora from Andromeda, because that just reduces your armor by a lot.
True.
But it's not like you said, something like a Tundra or an Alonia or just a really big stun that you want to get rid of.
Yeah. And we see the Arachna pickup. What do you think about Arachna right now?
I mean, I think it's a strong hero still. Honestly, like also with the fact that when you build up a Staff of the Master on it, you can just push out waves with it and split push and farm at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was gonna
It's
be
not
my
bad.
next question, because like the Staff of the Master, it is such a it becomes such a powerful like lockdown ability because it adds not only like a 300 extra range, which allows you to initiate earlier or easier, but it also applies restraint to the target that you're ultimating, meaning they can't blink or leap or anything away, which is against certain heroes, it's really powerful.
Yeah, like what comes to mind then is Dr. Repulsor or even Magnus or
Hag.
Lodestone, heroes like that, Hag as well, but no one on the Hellborn team right now has any mobility, so
No.
I would not actually go for a Staff of the Master on Arachna this game, simply because there's no reason to restrain anyone.
If we do see the Sephoros go to the mid lane, then Arachna against Sephoros is like it's a matchup that Arachna wins with her eyes closed. It's so one-sided. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
although I do think Forest can do fine by using his Q for last hits, as
Yeah,
well as
but
regen up with life tap.
how long is that gonna last, right?
Yeah, of course.
So
of course.
Force also doesn't have the highest armor base damage or base armor, I believe.
Yeah, but I think the issue is going to be more how are they going to stop Forest from farming in the woods, because they don't have a very active team on the side of Legion. They have an Arachna who pretty much wants to react or try and get a portal key and then use that to gank. Puppet
I mean-
Master can gank when they have a shroud, but these are quite big items before they can actually go into the woods, because Andromeda and Monarch as supports are both very defensive.
Yeah, but they have a keeper in the jungle. So do you really think that Sephoros can just rotate into the jungle?
Well, I would like to have Keeper then go to mid, because Arachna can't counterpush. So if Keeper then applies pressure on the tower, there's not much that an Arachna can do. Although I
Yeah.
will say Arachna's a really good pick versus Keeper.
Yeah, I mean, like,
For the
on
root.
one end, you have, like, the ultimate, right? Or do you mean, sorry, you can, like, purge the ultimate from Keeper?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but, like, if you go mid lane, I was gonna say, like, Arachna can just ultimate the Keeper in that case. But what I think instantly is you just use the tree dogs, or what are they called? The
Yeah.
animated, trees.
trees.
You can just use them to kill the spider basically instantly.
Yeah, with your hatchet as well. So
Yeah.
that's why I say once you have the levels on Sulfuris, make sure there are stacks in the Hellborn Woods, rotate the Sulfuris to the woods, put Keeper of the Forest middle so you can just pressure, and then if Arachna ever makes a mistake, you can maybe even kill him when Sulfuris roams over with a good rune, for example.
It's still gonna be hard to kill the Arachna, partially because of that hardened carapace.
Yeah.
But if she overstays a Wacom or something, or plays greedy, then there's definitely something that can happen. But yeah, we see a tri-lane bottom as well from the Legion side against a solo Kinesis. It doesn't even have like boots or anything to get away here. What do you
Yeah.
think about that?
I think they're. I don't know. I just don't like the Accursed pick here, because the Accursed right now is a solo support. So he's completely alone. He's going to need to buy all the wards and everything. And Kinesis is really not going to have a lot of farm in bottom lane. And as you said, we're saying, Sulfuris isn't going to win mid either. And the only lane they could potentially win is top. But that's going to be Taro versus Behemoth with an Accursed leeching XP.
Yeah, but I mean more like, do you really need to have 3 people bottom?
No, definitely not.
'cause-
But that's why we see the Monarch rotating mid. He
Yeah.
actually went boots first item, and look at this. Sulfuris could be in a lot of trouble, because there's the Monarch. They've got the auto attacks. They're trying to roam on him, but look at how tanky he is. He's not
Yeah.
gonna fall for that.
The life tap from the Sephoros actually healing him quite a big amount.
Oh,
that's-
Behemoth might be in some trouble here. There comes the Sun from the Behemoth. He's gonna hit both the Tarot and the Curse, and the Curse is taking a lot of harass as well.
Yeah, like the Terra, one thing I always noticed about her is that she really doesn't do much damage prior to like level 5, because not only does it like increase the damage of your Q levels, it also increases the bounces, so it kind of increases exponentially how better the Qs.
Bottom lane, we have initiation on the Kinesis, and Puppet Show isn't going to connect, but he's gonna fall so low. The Keeper in the woods is just farming. There's one more auto tag necessary, and the Comet is gonna get it as Andromeda finishes off Bilbo Swaggins.
Yeah, that's like just a Kinesis with basically no farm, no Q to get away. Like the
Yeah.
moment I like the Kinesis is when you have something like either a Magmus or a Madman or something like that, something that gives you some ability. And we see Monarch rotating
Yeah,
to
mid lane we have the illusion rune on the Monarch, and they're gonna get the Q in on the Sulfuras. The slows from Arachna are gonna connect as well. There comes in the taunt, but Monarch needs to be in trouble. He's gonna take a lot of harass, but he's not gonna end up falling.
That was probably a mistake to be so close to the Sulfuras, right?
Yeah, definitely, but he just wanted to get as many auto attacks in as possible. I think he was trying to block him as well.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's...
top lane, we do have initiation on Behemoth. He's taking a lot of harass from that Bound by Fate.
Yeah,
yeah.
just auto attacks there. But you see like how low the auto attack damage from Taro actually is? Even though Taro has a decent amount of stats right now. It's basically like Flint level, the auto attack damage.
Yeah, but I do think he should level his Far Scry so he can ignore some of the armor and harass the Behemoth when the curse is not there. Because right now, Behemoth is getting free XP pretty much.
It's mainly that you can like harass the Behemoth under the tower. Because using the Far Cry,
Yeah,
when you
exactly.
just attack the tower, it doesn't actually cause aggro. That's the
Exactly.
main thing.
But this Behemoth is just so tanky. He's actually got 720 max HP with
Yeah.
only one stat added, pretty much.
I would really like Behemoth to get an Iron Shield here. Because if you just pick up that Iron Shield, the Terror is just not gonna like hurt at all.
Yeah. Boots are definitely good to pick up as well. But now Taro's out of mana, so I think Imboboy is doing
Yeah.
far too well in this lane right here. Monarch is having some harass with the Sulfuras. They moved the accursed Sun in on the Sulfuras, but the shield ate all the damage. But what I wanted to say is, now that they realize that accursed can't box out the Behemoth, and with Taro having no mana right now, I think Imboboy is actually able to win this lane.
Yeah, potentially, because like he just isn't really taking much damage here, and he's just kind of free to farm because Darrow can't like both farm the creeps and harass the behemoth at the same time. She kind of has to choose. So it's just awkward. And right now they did actually choose to let the Puppet Master solo bottom against Sarah. Oh, sorry, against the Kinesis. So Kinesis gets some levels.
I think that's fine for them.
Yeah,
Puppet Master. Oh, actually, wow! It's Mate actually playing the Arachna middle and Hutzel playing Puppet Master bottom lane.
Yeah, they switched it up from what they usually do. But I'm just gonna ask, what do you think about Ghost March Puppets?
I think a lot of. Oh, top lane. We do have the Monarch. No, Terror actually getting caught due to the Monarch and the Behemoth. But what I wanted to say is that Puppet Master Ghost Marches just allows him to be a lot more mobile when it comes to like the rest of the game, pretty much. Because if you go Steam Boots, you're very forced into having that low movement speed boots, and it's good for farming because you have more HP, more attack damage and stuff, and all those things. But Ghost Marchers are really good for bursting.
True. Because like whenever I feel, whenever I play Puppets, right, I feel like it's really easy to get attack damage and really hard to get attack speed on an intelligence hero.
Yep.
Because like, you know, Hellflower, Sheepstick, even Strunk can give some damage. All those items, they just, and Shrouds, definitely, they all just give damage and not really attack speed. So I feel like if you want to end, oh, actually Keeper rotating over bottom.
Yeah, this could be a kill. Oh, he's actually in a lot of trouble. There comes the Puppet Show, but it's not going to connect on anything. And there comes the Root, and Puppet just dies immediately.
It was a bit of
Oh, mid lane, we do miss a kill onto the Sulfuras again, but I think that was just the Arachna ulti.
Yeah, like he can't really do much as Sulfuras because Sulfuras doesn't have boots yet. If he had
Top
something
lane
like
Taro is
Boot-
getting caught right here by Imboboy, but Behemoth is actually trying to pour it out, but he won't be able to due to the Bound by Fate, and he's actually going to end up falling because they have vision. Yes, so Taro gets the kill, and that was definitely necessary because Imboboy was getting too much farm. Keeper of the Forest is now getting caught in the woods by the Monarch and by the Andromeda, and here comes the ultimate, and that's going to be an easy kill for Puppet Master.
Yeah, Behemoth actually used the ultimate to the top lane as well to try and get the kill on the Terror there, but apparently got countered by the Cursed Shield. The Cursed Shield is giving so much like turn potential in those early team fights. But yeah,
he really shouldn't be leveling his E though as a full supporter curse. He really should have 2/2 right now because the Q heals so much, and
mhm.
it's just it's his best spell in the early game because it's a 250 magic heal
Yeah,
or with a
it's very
6-second
mana
cooldown.
efficient as well.
Yeah, 75 mana.
Like, and the mana cost doesn't change. But I also really like the shield maxing because it's
Mid lane,
reduced
we do have
cooldown.
Behemoth stunning in on the Sulfuras, and they're trying to get the spider on him, and they will. There comes a Hardened Carapace to get rid of some of the ulti damage from Sulfuras, but Behemoth is going to end up falling low, but Keeper without a root is not going to be able to stop that at all.
Yeah, like the Force is not having the best time as kind of predicted against Arachna. Because
Yeah.
Arachna with the base damage is just, or with that E, I mean, it's just so powerful. Arachna also maxing his Q instead of something like his E. What do you think?
I think with Arachna, it's very important that you play safe almost, because you just don't want to die. You don't have any way to farm, pretty much. Your way of farming is killing heroes. And so, although the Q is really good for applying harass, because it does a ton of damage, 32 magic damage per second, I almost
Yeah.
think maxing the W could be a lot stronger, as they do catch the Kinesis again in the bottom lane. But I feel like the W versus the root, because in the first second of root, you're stunned. But with an Arachna, you can use it while stunned. And look at this though, they're diving into the Sulfuras again. He's gonna get silenced up. There comes the Behemoth ulti as well. Lasted 4. Ha ha ha, right there.
Just call him Mate.
Yeah.
It's,
I think maxing Hardened Carapace is really not bad at all. Especially considering you're against a full magic damage team for the start of the game.
I was gonna say, like, as long as there's like a stun you want to remove, then I agree with it. Because the Hardened Carapace level 4 can actually be used while stunned.
Yeah,
And
and
there- you do
Kinesis
have the-
ulti
Yeah, the
is going to
Kinesis
be very
ultimate.
dangerous
True.
there.
So against the Kinesis ultimate, I do agree with it. But besides that, like, the Keeper route actually only stuns for half a second out of the 2 seconds.
Look at this
And-
though, they're diving in on top lane. They have a curse with the Tarot, and look at that damage coming out onto the Behemoth. But Monarch is there with the Crippling Fall, and he's gonna get the Tarot. He's gonna get the shield up. Nice ulti onto the curse instead of the Tarot, because they realize that they can get both that way. So well played by the side of the Legion, porting their entire team over.
Yeah, that's a lot of rotations, and well played by them. They got another kill on the Tarot, and Tarot is also a hero that kind of needs like levels and farm to be useful in the game. Because the lower the Tarot gets, the like easier of a kill is just going to be for the rest of the team for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And
About Puppet Master, by the way, I really feel like the Ghost Marchers are fine as long as you get some other item that makes you tankier. That's the main thing.
like, I always like Geometer's Bane on Puppet Master. Because I feel like Geobane is just like a really good item, and it makes you like a lot harder to catch and stuff. But the build I usually go for these days is actually Malthreats into Team Boots.
I agree with Mad Fritz actually, as it does improve your strength, agility, and intelligence, and then it just gives you more damage per charge. And it's an item that's sort of build up, but it
Oh
you
my
know
God.
it's one of the items that you keep for a really long time.
He
during the
bought a
game.
chalice.
Who?
Of puppets.
You don't like that?
No?
No? Explain why.
Do I have to?
Yes, you're the carry player, not me.
Like, you don't use your mana to farm.
Yeah, there you have the initiation onto the Keeper. He's gonna get Puppet Showed, he's gonna get the Spider on him, he's gonna get the Crippling Fall, he's gonna get all the abilities from the Legion side as they pick up another kill. Serial killer streak for X next.
But yeah, as I was saying, like, because Puppet is such an active hero, and hero you want to kill many people on, getting chargers on the Malthreats is so easy that I feel like it's just an amazing item for the Puppets. It gives you movement speed with 5 charges. And another thing actually with Puppet is you want to hit a certain threshold so you can like one-shot waves with your Shroud up. Because that allows you to like split push a lot easier.
Yeah, but that's where
uh,
the Ghost Marchers definitely also helps, right?
Yeah, so it's as long as you hit that threshold, it's fine. So I feel like the build is either Team
Oh,
Boots.
top lane, he might be in some trouble, but actually they're trying to turn it on Terror right there. There's the stun coming in onto the Behemoth, but he's really not taking that much damage.
No Keeper route used actually. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
Monarch isn't
not
even
being-
level 6.
Yeah. He does have to W though for some burst heal.
Look at this, though. Sulfuris running into both the Andromeda and the Arachna right here. And he's going to get Comet stunned up. Aurora is there as well. And that's just, look at that damage coming out from the Arachna.
Yeah, that feels,
And Andromeda getting another kill.
it feels kind of greedy to path like that, right? And actually, Arachna using Invis here, porting top.
And porting to the top lane. Ulti onto the Keeper of the Forest right there. Silence as well. Puppet Master ported top, actually. And now it's Puppet Master and Behemoth who are linked together. And Taro is going to get a kill onto the Behemoth. And Puppet Master is dropping really low. And he's going to fall as Taro crits. But Taro does die in the end. But here comes the ultimate from the Accursed. He does have a port available. He should be using it. And there you go. He's going to be trying to port away. Does he survive it? Yes, he does. So what a play coming out from the Hellborn, being able to make that a 2-for-2 with both carries falling.
Yeah, that was like, I don't want to say lucky, but there were definitely some crits there. So,
Just a few.
Yeah, just a few. Like the crits, you never really know with Taro exactly how much damage she's going to do. And that makes it really hard to know like how careful you actually have to play against a Taro, because sometimes like she just doesn't really do that much damage, and then sometimes like you saw, she suddenly does like twice the damage she normally does because of the crits.
I would like to see him pick up some more HP items though. I
That's
played Tarot recently and I feel like the base HP really isn't that much, especially because Ghost Marchers are kind of necessary on the hero, because otherwise you'd lack mobility very badly.
Yeah.
So
what did you get to?
I think he could go for an Astrolabe, in all honesty.
Hmm.
It gives him a lot of stats, and it also gives him a 2
Oh,
HP
mid lane.
heal. Mid lane, there's an ulti coming in from the Arachna, and they're just realizing that's not a way that they want to go, as Kinesis does get the stun from Behemoth, and I think that's the best ability he can steal. The swap in from the Andro, though, and Andro is going to get lifted up by the Kinesis immediately. There comes the silence and the Keeper, so the Keeper route isn't used, but there it is. We're going to get 3 in the back, and Andromeda, that's an illusion. My bad.
Andromeda already fell, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was.
But here's Taro, he's gonna find the Monarch right here, and all he needs to do is auto attack, and that's a pretty easy kill for the side of the Hellborn. So they're gonna translate this into a push. Puppet Master is here, but without the Shroud, he's really not that big of a threat. There's the Puppet Show, so Taro is gonna take some damage from Sulfuris right there. There's a Behemoth Stun, he is only gonna hit 1 with it. Keeper is falling low to the auto attacks of the Arachna, but yeah. Dust
We're
comes
gonna try
out.
to chase, but I feel like the Accursed is doing more than we give him credit for in these team fights, because the heals and the shields, it really makes it so you can't really focus one of those targets down. And especially when you have heroes like Andromeda, like Arachna, right, who want to swap, and even the Puppet Master, you want to be focusing one target to kill that and then move on to the next, right?
Yeah.
And Accursed does some work against it. They're actually trying to go bottom.
Yeah, they are going to get the stun on the Taro, but they're definitely not going to have the damage. There comes the skeleton from the Puppet Master, but
It's a little
really
bit
good
of,
job by the Accursed there to just give a shield before he leaves
onto the
to the Taro.
yeah.
But Arachna is hunting for someone though. He's going to run into the Lord Sulfuris. He's got the ulti, but Sulfuris, wise to his antics, is just going to port away. And that
And the
is
spider's
not
gonna
going to end up
chase.
being a kill. Yeah.
Yeah, like Sulfuris with armor boots is suddenly like 2 times as
Look
tanky.
at this though, Initian in the mid lane, Kinesis is going to get silenced up by the Monarch, but here comes the lift in on the Arachna, and what are they doing? Now he comes out with the ultimate, but it's far too late as he's just going to fall. And I'm not sure what the Monarch was doing there, but that was a misplay for sure.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what happened, because she did use the ultimate after like
After the
damage.
Kinesis ulti.
Yeah,
But there's
but
no top lane. There is going to be a kill on the Terra as Puppet Master finds the kill that he was looking for in the top lane. But
actually
now the
no
Hellborn team
Shroud.
is just going to gather up and get the tower. There's
Oh, they go
swapping
in.
onto the Keeper, but nice Kinesis Fisher stun. Keeper is going to get healed up and shielded, so the stun ended up doing nothing.
And
on that
Keeper actually had this root up there. So don't you think they could have potentially turned that? Because that was a huge shield from Accursed. Actually, like reducing the stun, keeping the Keeper alive. And I feel like if they just went in at that moment, explode the shield from the Accursed, that's like 2 kills, no?
Yeah. the Hellborn definitely has a team where they need to just gather up and run S5 so that they can defend their Tarot. Because otherwise, looking at the gank heavy lineup from the Legion, the Arachna, the Puppet Master, and
Even
the
the Behemoth.
Behemoth,
Yeah.
they're all
Once
good
you
at
get-
ganking.
Once you get PK and Behemoth,
Oh,
definitely.
look at this though. They are going to find him here. They just need the slow on him. Here comes the slow. The bounces aren't in favor of them. And now Monarch is here. And it might actually be the Kinesis who's in trouble as they are going to find him. Arachna is there as well. Monarch is going to drop really low and Kinesis does end up falling. What do you think of the Firebrand first item on Arachna, by the way?
Uh,
I mean,
yeah.
you should have gone for no fire, right?
No, actually, I think you should have gone for something like a PK, maybe.
No, but no
Or-
fire for the Arachna as well as the Tarot, Farscry, and Bound by Fate. These are all abilities that you can purge.
Yeah, but you do need to get like no Fireblade level 3 at least for that
Yeah.
to be useful.
But
So-
I don't think the Firebrand, like,
No, I don't like the Firebrand either as much. Honestly, I would have maybe just liked an Astro on the.
and there you have Lord Sulfuras. He is going to get caught right here. Puppet Show does come out, and Sulfuras is just going to end up falling to their auto attacks.
Although, like, Astro is also a bit awkward with the against the Sulfuras, right?
Yeah.
So maybe, and this might sound stupid, but maybe something like a gnome would have been interesting. Because I feel like if you ever want to take team fights, a gnomes is gonna be so important. And actually, Behemoth picked up a
Yeah,
PK.
top
So maybe,
lane, Arachna might be in some trouble. Monarch is there behind him, but here you have Kinesis. He is going to get silenced up, and Monarch now in a lot of trouble. Keeper is actually falling to the Arachna, but he's not going to get the last hit. And Arachna now forced to run away as they just get a free kill on the Monarch, it seems.
they have the Kinesis ultimate up. And Arachna is not level 4W yet, so that means he cannot actually remove stunts while being stunned, or use hardened carapace while being
Yeah.
stunned.
Behemoth is here with his portal key. Are they going to look to go in? There's the rev word coming out from Imbaboy, so he does scout out the Invistero right now. But other than that,
She's not.
I don't
actually
think
in
they
it,
want to
though.
fight.
It's just the shield right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a bit awkward because they're not like, and I don't feel like there's a very obvious item you want to get at this moment on the Arachna, because I think maybe just tanking up a little bit is definitely preferable.
Yeah, but no fire is just so good versus all of the Hellborn heroes.
Yeah, but
because
it
they're all
doesn't
mana
really,
starved.
it doesn't really
Bottom
tank you
lane.
up at all.
Yeah,
they
but
are
it does give you stats though. It does.
only a little bit, like strengths. It's like for 5k you get like 7 strength. It's not neglectable really.
I mean,
I feel like
it's something. It's better than like he's gonna turn it into Geometer's Bane for sure. But I feel like no fire into Geometers, like it would improve his damage by so much more.
I would
because-
also like the no fire blood against a curse, because you just hit the curse like 2-3 times and the curse out of mana and it's just useless. Same thing.
Yeah,
with
same
Keeper.
thing goes for Sulfuras. Same thing goes for Kinesis. Same thing goes for, well, not really Keeper, but
Oh.
you understand. There's the ultimate from the Arachna right there. And they are going to lift Arachna up right here. And he might be in some trouble, but no, Imbaboy is there with a huge ultimate. And he is going to just burst down Bilbo's wagons, and Walgreens is falling right after. And now Taro's here. He's got the bounce, but that's the illusion from Andro. Behemoth in a lot of trouble. He's going to get the ulti on him from this. Oh no, it's Andromeda with the Sulfuras ulti. And he's just going to blow up. So 2 for 2 in the end. But it is, I'd say, a fairly even trade.
Yeah, they went in really well with the Behemoth ultimate, but then they were kind of like in an awkward position almost. And it made it so like the Tyro could just walk in, like bind 2 people together, and then just get the kills. And it's yeah, it was just kind of an awkward team fight altogether.
Yeah.
2 things that I noticed instantly is like the amount of vision and rev wards they actually placed at the top lane. I kind of like,
they're ready to fight there, for sure.
yeah, 5 wards in like 1 screen almost. And they have a triple stack Ancients on the Legion sides.
Puppet Master can farm that definitely, right, with the Whispering Helm.
I want to say yes, but it's gonna take so long. That's the issue. Because the whiplash radius is kind of small, so you need to wait until the creeps are kind
Kinesis
of
getting caught here by Arachna.
Is blinding.
Yeah, the cursed cannot be everywhere, sadly.
Yep. So
Yeah,
he's definitely doing a good job on Arachna getting those kills, and he does end up turning it into a Frostburn instead of the Geos, which I personally thought, and I'm sure you thought that as well.
I was thinking about a Frostburn as for
Really?
tankiness.
It does help.
Yeah, so I like the tankiness and stuff.
Here's Puppet Master, he's gonna find the Accursed, but the Puppet Show isn't gonna go on the Puppet, but on the other hero instead, and Accursed is actually gonna survive for now. All he just needs to do is use his Q to heal up, but he does not do it, and he is gonna fall. Puppet Master does get low, but I don't think he's going to be falling to the Sulfuras ulti there.
No. But like as we were saying, right, because you have the level 4 W, as long as you're just kind of fast and hard to catch, you can do so much. And it's basically the same thing with like if you have a Flint on the Dawnbringer, right? You just kind of kite them.
Yeah.
Because they don't really have a lot of catch besides like Keeper ultimates, Kinesis ultimates. But they're all big abilities. And you can even remove some of them with the W. But yeah, I would have still preferred Geobane plus Nullfire. But I don't hate this pickup.
Yeah, if he turns it into the Dawnbringer, he's also gonna have that added damage from the Seer, which is really nice.
Do you think he's gonna go top?
Yeah, he might, as Andromeda is here right now. There's a spider in on the Taro, but they should be careful. Taro is going to end up falling immediately, but so does Andromeda, and they do have vision on him from the Taro W, and they're going to be trying to find him. The dust did not actually hit him, so they're looking for him, but they just can't find him, and that's going to be a free port away.
Yeah, the nerf to Taro from a little while ago actually coming in play there. You can actually remove the Far Scry these days with like a purge ability, like the Hardened Carapace. It's actually another reason why I would have preferred the Geolane, because there's so many abilities from the Elborn side that you actually want to remove.
Yeah, there's so
Like
many
that Far
debuffs,
Scry.
and the Geos also boosts your damage by a lot, especially considering that each of your illusions also has the precision buff.
Yeah. Do you know like if the precision works for full effect on illusions, or is it like only like?
I mean, it's the attack damage of the illusions that gets buffed, so it's still a third.
Oh yeah, okay. That's a third.
So the illusions they show that they have the same damage rate as the
Yeah.
Arachna pretty much, so it's gonna be a third of that.
Yeah. Okay. It's still good though. Like there used to be some moments in time where Kraken comes into my. I would actually want to go middle.
Look at this. Arachna might be in some trouble, but he is tanky now with that Frostburn and the maxed out Mad Fritz.
Yeah. And he's especially really fast.
Yeah, that's the one benefit of this build, but then pick up an Energizer. Energizer is such a good pushing item, especially
would've
because
liked-
you have 100% hit uphill.
for him to get the movement speed rebuffed as well then. Because now he went for damage and I don't understand that, right?
Yeah, but I think Behemoth should go for damage. I mean, that's pretty obvious. What does Puppet Master go? Puppet Master actually went
I would go movement
for... He hasn't gone anything yet.
I would go for movement speed on Puppet. But like on Arachna, you definitely go for movement speed, especially because you have Ghost Marchers and Dawnbringer.
Yeah.
Like those are all percentage wise. So you don't just get 50 movement speed, you can like, I don't know, 20? 25 maybe? Something like that.
Well, you get 10% more. 12%
Yeah, plus
more.
20% during the Ghost Marchers.
That's true.
So
Well,
you get even more effect, right?
Yeah,
that's the
and I
thing.
mean, if anything, you can get the stats on Arachna because your E is based on your attack damage and not on the plus 4%.
I guess so, yeah. But anyway, it's all like preferred, I guess, right? Another thing that is preferred, not preferred, is a Shaman's Headdress on a Keeper.
No, that's not something... Of course, he does. If he turns it into the barrier, it is going to be a valuable item. Look at this initiation in on the Kinesis with Behemoth and the Arachna. But Puppet Master is here right now, and he's just going to look for the Terror, and he one-shots him, as the Curse didn't even have a chance to shield him. He died so fast. Curse also Hellflowered, and there's the root in, and Puppet Master actually being healed up right now by his Monarch. Is he going to end up falling, though? Probably not, as the Legion team takes a 4-for-0 fight right here.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, but the two targets got bounced. I believe it was the Puppet Master and the Behemoth. No, sorry, it was the Arachna and the Behemoth.
And he used W, right?
Arachna just used the W, and it actually removed the bind altogether.
Yeah. It's a very effective hero versus Taro.
Yeah. I actually thought, like, when one target removed the binds, it just...
It activated, you mean?
Yeah, it kind of like... fucked it.
But yeah, no, that's not the case. As Geometers also cancels the ability.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just like a good fight there from the Legion side. I didn't actually see the initiation, but I feel like the big part of why they're winning these team fights right now is just because they're so far ahead, right? It's like, look at the amount of stashed up gold on the Legion side. There's 3.5k on the Puppet Master, 2.5k on the Ragna,
Yeah,
and they're going in mid lane.
ulti right here on the Sulfuras. He's going to try and port away. He's going to get swapped out by the Andromeda, and there comes the Sun in on the Monarch, and he's just going to instantly fall, as well as the Andromeda. So they get 1 for 2. So good fight from the Hellborn side right there, killing both the supports, but unfortunately their mid does end up falling, and Puppet Master now being chased by the rest of the Hellborn team. But here comes the Behemoth. He was smoked up. He finds the Kinesis, and he's got so
Big
little
heal.
HP, but actually big heal coming out. Puppet Show does end up hitting the Kinesis as well, but there's the Accursed. He's gonna have to pop his ultimate to stay alive, and Puppet Master actually ends up falling. Behemoth looking for another chance to go back in, though. There comes the ultimate. He is going to kill Freeman 1, and he's going to get rooted now. The Kinesis is there. The Fisher ends up missing, and he's going to get stunned up. And Taro now going to man up on the Arachna, and they can almost kill him, but Arachna, I think, can maybe turn this. He is stay. Oh, and there's the bounce coming out from the Forest Cry. So beautiful fight coming out from the Hellborn.
Well played by the Hellborn. That clutch last hit on the creep, actually bouncing with the Far Cry. And yeah, that was a DD Behemoth, hurting so much, but it was just good positioning by the Hellborn side, splitting up just enough so they didn't get stunned by everything. Keeper saving his root until the very end there. And yeah, a little bit of an overextension, because I do believe it was 4 versus 5 at the start, right?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, Kinesis picking up the Puppet Show as the Q spell.
No, the Puppeteer's hold.
Sorry, I mean the Puppet is hold, yeah.
I don't think that's a good ability to have. Yeah, he gets
No,
rid
not
of it,
exactly the ability you were looking for.
No, he got rid of it immediately. And what do you think of the Helm pickup on Sulfuras?
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that as well, actually, that they managed to burst down an Helm of the Black Legion, Mystic Vestment's armor boost Sulfuras. Like, no matter how much he tanks up, he's still just dying. And
Yeah.
I don't like it at all. I would have very much preferred even something like a tablet.
Yeah, definitely. I guess Arachna, it's quite strong, actually.
Or Sunset, actually. I feel like would have been good here on the supporters, because it just allows for some lockdown, which I think they badly need on the Hellborn side.
Yeah, their main lockdown is the root, of course, but that is such a long cooldown that it's not a
Yeah,
reliable...
Kinesis has some abilities,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
even the Tarot, but it's all just a bit awkward, generally speaking. So, like, Sunset also having a long range, I believe it's 700 from the top of my head. 700, yeah. It's just a good item to catch people with.
Yeah,
Oh, they're
look
going
at
in.
this, though. There's a swap in on the Accursed. They do get the swap on him. Imperboy goes in with the ultimate, but doesn't really hit that much, only the Lord Sulfuras. And there's actually the Fisher Stun from the Kinesis, and look at these bounces, and Behemoth is just falling. He's gonna die immediately as Monarch tried to save him, but it wasn't enough. Andromeda failed as well. But there's the root, and Arachna runs away. He is gonna kill the Sulfuras in the end. Puppet Master now with the Shrunken is gonna be manning up, and Keeper is gonna be in a lot of trouble as well, as Terror already fell, and Kinesis now going to just die. 2 race carries from the Legion side.
Yeah, that was just really well executed by the carry players from the Legion side, because they actually both waited with their Shrunken and Hardened Carapace, respectively, until after the Keeper route.
Yeah.
But there's also kind of an issue with the draft from the Hellborn side. They have nothing that forces the Legion side to use their Shrunken.
Yeah, exactly. Even if Kinesis gets a stun on him, Monarch is always there to save him, and Monarch is just a very good hero right now on the side of the
Even
Legion.
just like Andro swap outs, but I think they used the Andro offensively here.
Yeah, they did translate that well by immediately killing the Accursed, so he couldn't save anybody. But I think that's more a misplay from Accursed than anything else, as he really shouldn't be in the position to be caught, and he's getting caught again. But there you have the rest of the Hellborn team as the Tarot gets swapped in, and he's going to get really focused down by the Arachna right there, and Arachna not just going to run away as nothing is stopping him, and they're just able to kite the Hellborn team. Puppet Master even manning up right now. He's just going to do a huge crit on that Kinesis, and he's going to end up falling, and Sulfuras ends up buying back, but if Arachna is just diving the base, he's still got Hardened Carapace, and there comes the GG well played, but is it actually going to be the GG well played?
Fake CC, incoming turn. Maybe not.
Maybe not, but yeah, they have True Strike, so they don't have to go uphill to ever attack. And Keeper is just going to end up falling as Arachna is hitting like a truck right here.
And there's the CC. Yeah, Arachna ending up with 18-2, 13 in stats against the Sulfuras, just being an absolute powerhouse in this mid lane, picking up kills left and right. And I feel like the main problem with the Hellborn's draft was the lack of catch, right?
Yeah, the main catch was actually the Kinesis ulti, and that's an ultimate that you need to catch someone.
Yeah, and that's
Or-
also like an ultimate that only has like 600 range, so you need with like an Kinesis with Striders. It's not as easy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It felt like the Sulfuras definitely didn't make sense in this draft either. They needed someone mid that could actually
Yeah, just some
instead of
stunner.
farming, just an initiation, like a Magnus who was available the entire draft, by the way.
Pebbles.
Pebbles, and I don't even think Magnus does that badly versus an Arachna in mid lane
Um,
because of the steam bath.
I mean, yes and no. Like in the
Yeah.
laning phase, until it gets level 6, I think it will do fine-ish. But like once he hits level 6, I think he's gonna suffer, right?
Yeah, but in the case that you have an Arachna against you as Magnus, every time he tries to chase you on the tower, you just stun him in steam bath.
Yeah, that's true.
And he can't activate his W either against that. And then just there are just other heroes available that are far stronger.
Yeah, I like my mind goes to something like a Bubbles, or maybe Bubbles wouldn't be the perfect against that stuff. But even something like a Flux might have been fine because just like kind of forces the people out of position.
Mhm.
Or I don't know, right? It's just a stunner in general.
Yep.
I feel like just I think this is something that we see a lot as well with the NA teams, where they pick like they pick a very like non-initiation kind of team, or a team that really lacks initiation in some way for I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah. Well, anyways, so since it was a best of one, we are going to our next match. It's going to be Polymorph versus Paranoic, and we'll be right back.
right, everyone. Welcome back to the HoN OMG League Tournament. This is cycle number 5. We are here in the best of 8, round number 1, and we have Team Polymorph. You might also recognize them. They were lactose intolerant in the last 4 cycles, but they have now changed their name to Polymorph, and they are going to be taking on Paranoiac here on the Hellborn side. I am What You Got, and I am going to be joined by my co-caster, Easy Full Clan, aka John. How you doing today, John?
I'm super happy to make your acquaintance here in the co-caster seat, Wig. I know you've been wanting me to sit next to you for a while, sit next to you in spirit, of course. But yeah, I mean, you've been missing me on your scrimcast, so I'm super happy to be here live in front of our audience.
Yeah, man, it's been a while. I tried getting you since the last cycle ended a couple weekends ago to do some scrimcasts during the week, but you've been busy,
Yeah, I'm just
unfortunately.
teasing
But
you.
here we are. I mean, we're ready to go. We got a nice match on our hands here, and
Yeah, and the former lactose, now polymorph. I mean, you know what's really pretty about their reformation? 5-man tag, man. Look at them all rocking that hex tag. That's what you want to see from these teams in this tourney. And let's get some more of that, you know?
yeah,
Gosh,
I did
take me
notice
back
that
to,
as well.
to the good old days.
Yeah, and Hellborn, they almost did it. They got 4 tags over there, the PR and C tag. So they almost
Yeah,
got the 5-man
they didn't
tag
want
up,
to
but
call anybody out, but D Zilly, you're letting us down over here in the caster box.
there's always
But
the one. There's always the one. But anyways, we got the blind bands already taken care of. We got the electrician and the Magnus. They get banned out by Polymorph. Engineer and the Chipper gets banned out by Paranoiac. Anything stand out to you so far?
no, these look like pretty standard bands. I mean, Chipper is always a surprise. I mean, not super surprising because you know how strong it is, but you know, it's always interesting to see that being banned out as a support. It's very seldomly ran mid. I think I've seen it ran mid. I want to say Bilbo has done it on your team.
Yeah, we
But,
tried it one game.
Yeah, most commonly we've been seeing Chipper as a support, and it's always, gosh, you know, just traditionally, it's always interesting to see how these hero roles can kind of change over time because Chipper historically has been kind of just like this dominant mid, and it's
Yeah.
really just interesting to see him, you know, switch over to this blind ban-worthy support hero. So before I get carried away, we've got hero picks.
Yeah, so we got a first pick Moira from the Legion side, followed up by a Meraxis, a rally pick into a Prophet, and an Artesia going to be the final of the first pick stage coming up for the Legion side. So what do you think of the first 3 picks coming out from Polymorph so far?
I mean, it looks really familiar. Moira and Rally, I seem to remember Big Ego Crew with those 2 heroes, and went and taking that first best of 1 series that we saw earlier today. Those 2 heroes are just, I mean, I feel like they work in any lineup, more or less. I mean, I already kind of touched on Rally earlier. I know why it works. Shortcan talked about Moira, how it's a blind ban worthy hero, and first pick worthy hero, which it was first picked here. But yeah, Artesia is kind of the interesting one, right? And I know TKB really likes a lot of Artesia, and that hero is really strong in the early phases. I feel like she tapers off a little bit. Well, I don't want to say a little bit. I feel like she's kind of weak late game. I feel like she just blows up. So she has to be, you know, in the late stages, she has to play really careful to get her job done. But yeah, she's really threatening, especially in the early game phases. I mean, Magic Missile is just like Arcane Missile, I should say. It's just a really difficult thing to deal with. It's so long range, and it just has that dual function, being damage or healing. Like, it's a really strong ability. I love it.
So is it safe to say, do you feel like Artesia is an underrated support hero? Because we don't see her picked up all that often. However, I did see Polymorph run Artesia in a scrim earlier this week, and I believe they ended up winning that game. So do you
I
feel
mean,
like she's an underrated hero?
I wouldn't call her underrated. I think she gets her job done, and I think she fills a unique role, right? And that she, you know, like, she just makes heroes like deceptively tanking. I mean, she puts out a lot of healing. She's able to chunk out like 2 or 3 arcane missiles onto a target as they're getting gone on, like, I mean, bear in mind, not only is it the healing, it gives them movement speed. They're able to
Mhm.
find some additional spacing as they're trying to escape and everything. So, I mean, this hero it's like it kind of just sneaks up on you. It's kind of like a oh, I want to say it's kind of like a Soul Reaper in the way that, like, it's just like one of these heroes where it like Soul Reaper. The idea that I have behind Soul Reaper is if this hero doesn't die like quick enough in the team fight, then it really starts to show up, right? So it's
Yeah.
basically kind of like that. If it's able to cycle through its cooldowns like, multiple times in the course of an engagement, it really starts to show up, and it's like, oh yeah, we need to like focus this hero.
Yeah, I agree
So
with you there. So we'll take a quick look at the Hellborn's picks before we go into the second stage of bans. We have Meraxis, Prophet, and Aluna. So we actually saw Prophet in one of the earlier series today ran as a mid. Do you think we're going to see Prophet in that kind of role this game, or do you think we're going to see him in more of the traditional support role, as they do already have an Aluna picked up
um
as well?
well, I mean, the draft is more or less locked in for Polymorph over here. I mean, they kind of know what hero they're going to be going against mid, so I don't think Prophet is necessarily the worst hero against Bombardier, but I kind of don't expect it to be uh,
A core
the mid
Prophet.
hero for
Okay.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I love the core Prophet. I mean, I love seeing that hero with Blink, man. That hero is
Yeah.
devastating. Blink.
Okay, so really quickly, we got Arachna, Oogie, and Ophelia banned out by Polymorph. Lord, Sulphorus, Malakin, and Sir Bensington get banned out by Paranoic. Anything really standing out to you there, or is this just 6 solid heroes that neither team wants to see on the opposing side?
I feel like the Ophelia ban was kind of interesting. Um, uh, Something that makes sense to me is we had a Salforus ban coming out from Paranoia, I think they are, and immediately Snooki, just heads up ban on Oogie. So I feel like he sniffed out that Oogie pick immediately after that Salforus ban
Yeah.
came out. So, but yeah, I mean, looks like we have the lineup here for both teams. I
Hmm.
think it's probably going to. I actually don't really know. I think it's going to be a 2-1-2 coming out from Polymorph, but that looks like a tri-lane setup for Paranoia. But I mean, both of these teams have flexible drafts, which is what you want, and so it's really going to be up to us, the viewers, and the casters to see how they choose to run it, because they could really run it any way they want to with tri-lanes or dual lanes or whatever.
Yeah, so they finished off the lineup on Polymorph's side with a Bombardier pick into a Forsaken Archer. I'm actually pretty excited to see the Forsaken Archer. This is a carry hero that I do feel like we don't get to see that often, but definitely given the farm space, she's very powerful going into the mid and late game with a great mixture of both magical and physical damage naturally with her abilities. And then they're going to be going up against I think it was a Dark Lady pick into a Bubbles pick, if I'm not mistaken, on the last 2 picks, or I might have got those mixed up. But
No,
that
you're
is
right.
how the Hellborn lineup did end up finishing off. So yeah, it looks like you might be right. We do see the 2 supports coming up to the top lane with the Dark Lady, at least for the time being. And we see in the bottom lane, Polymorph is running as 5. Looks like they are maybe trying to set up a Bloodlust kill before the creep waves do spawn. But a
Playing
potent
really,
pause
really
comes
tight
out.
here.
Hmm.
So this is, I mean, we'll see what Meraxis does. See if he chooses to poke his head out from this tier 1 tower. But if he gets bold enough, I don't think he will. But I mean, it's certain doom if he decides to turn that corner. For
Yeah,
all those.
they're hiding on the tree line here, so he would have to walk into them. And they do have a ward of sight on the Moira. Gonna be interested to see if they do end up going with the lane ward to try to spot it out to set up that bloodlust kill.
Yeah, I mean, it
But
really depends on. I mean, vision isn't something that I usually touch on too much, just because I'm not really a support main.
mhm.
In my games, I kind of have ideas. I ward as a ganker. I don't really ward for protection. I've actually that's my tendency whenever I ward. But if they do decide to run a kind of a tri-lane setup here for FA, I feel like they don't need to actually have this ward in the bottom lane. So I kind of don't want to see them place this lane ward here. I would rather them try to, you know, see if they can read this Hellborn draft and maybe place it somewhere near the top rune or like the mid ramp behind like I don't know.
Okay.
Just I don't think
Yep.
they need to pursue this Meraxis if they're running a tri lane, which it looks like they are.
So it looks like they're going to start. Rally, I believe, is going to be the off lane this game for the Legion side. Looks like he will be starting down here to try to guarantee a bloodlust kill. They're going to commit 4 heroes down here for this. So this is a lot of resources. They're going to definitely be hoping to get that bloodlust kill.
Yeah, and they
And
actually don't know who's going to be down here, so they don't know if they're going against a 2-1 like a dual lane or maybe some sort of like weird aggro tri lane or just a solo hero. So
mhm.
they don't really know what they're gonna get. They're just this is a gamble for them.
Yeah, and then so in the mid lane, we're gonna see Bombardier versus Bubbles. This is a matchup I think Bomb should definitely have a good time in, but Bubbles should have the advantage when it comes to rune control. So if Bubbles is able to get the runes in the first, you know, first 2 to 3 rune advantage, then he could definitely do decently in the mid lane. But from the start, I would give the advantage to Bombardier with the natural better lane harassment and higher auto attack damage as he does level up the boom dust level 1. So looking already to control the lane from the start.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that yeah, I think rune control is basically the only way that Bubbles is able to win this mid lane. Um Unfortunately, like the weird thing about Bubbles playing Bubbles mid is like he's got the mobility advantage, but it's also tied to his wave clear, right? And so it's
Yeah.
actually very the timing is just kind of off for being able to use Shell Surf to get to runes quickly as they spawn, right? Like
Mhm.
you either need to have burned it early to get the wave down like early on so that you can use it again to Shell Surf towards the rune, or you have to like position yourself to finish off the creeps with Shell Surf and then port to it. So
That's a good point.
that's what I think Bombardier is like has a really heavy advantage just in general against Bubbles. Personally, I wouldn't want to be Bubbles in this matchup. Uh, you're almost never going to be able to mitigate sticky bomb damage. A good bomb player is going to blow the sticky bomb well before the full timer in anticipation for your take cover. So, and then Bombardier, of course, he's got bombardment and sticky bomb, so he's got like 2 tools available to him to wave clear without putting himself in a risky position, as opposed to Bubbles, who either commits his escape or mobility, or puts himself in a risky position to Song of the Sea the wave. So I really feel like Bubbles is at a steep disadvantage here, and Snooki in general is just a super strong player. So
Yeah, that's true. It's never a nice thing to have a sticky bomb on your head while you're trying to last it in the mid lane. It's just always very threatening. Um, but yeah, so
but let me
Dark Lady versus FA. Oh,
if
okay.
I can
Yep,
talk
go ahead.
Steph Sore up a little bit, because I said Snooki is a strong player. Um, I don't really know much about Steph Sore. However, I do know that the skin advantage goes to Steph Sore with the plushy bubbles.
Oh, okay. So he wins the better skin
He's got the
in the mid
avatar
lane.
advantage for
Okay.
sure.
That I can agree with you on. So what I was gonna say was how do you like the matchup of Forsaken Archer versus Dark Lady as we will progress eventually into the mid and late game stages? Do you feel like
Um,
either carry really outshines the other, or is it just purely gonna come down to who gets the better start
I think that
transition?
TDL is going to outshine FA. I mean, so all things being equal, like equal farm, I think FA is actually the better carry, say, like in combat. Just
Hmm.
because of how good Fire is in team engagements, and she actually does have the CC, and like you touched on before, she's got that nice mix of damage, which is always something you want, just in your team makeup in general, right? Like you don't want to be all in on physical, you don't want to be all in on magic. So the
Yeah.
fact that FA can bring both to the party is really nice. And I mean, she brings magic damage that scales with her auto attack with her passive. So like this hero is actually really really good in combat. But with the recent changes to Rune Cleaver, it being like, gosh, how much cheaper is it? Like 400 gold
It's like
cheaper?
400 or 450, somewhere in that
Yeah.
range. Yeah.
And it like the damage output for Rundax was slightly nerfed, but it actually, in my opinion, it doesn't matter for TDL at all. Like this hero synergizes so well with Rundax. It's almost like Rundax is kind of an item that you never skip on TDL. Like ever.
No, I definitely agree. If you're playing a position, one Dark Lady Cleaver is the item to buy.
Oh,
as
but I
it
mean,
just
like even if you're behind, right? Like even
Yeah.
if you're behind and it's like, oh, you know, I can't get a good timing on my farming item. I'm not going to be able to snowball. It's like, no, dude, you still go Rundex because it's so good for combat, right? Like if you have a hero that's like next to a creep wave or just like 2 or 3 heroes that are like a little bit too close to each other, like the damage that it provides in combat is crazy. But not only that, I mean, like it just gives you that much like it's like, oh yeah, Rundex, right? Like I get a little bit more farm. I get to cleave down creeps. Like no, for TDL, it actually makes your farm insane. Like I don't think any hero can farm a triple stack ancients faster than TDL. Like in the
wouldn't
game.
go that. I wouldn't
With a
go
cleaver.
that far. But
You don't think so?
have you seen a Wild Soul with Cleaver?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I mean, that's just the first one that came to my mind, but I'm sure there's more if I
Yeah.
put some thought into it. But
Well,
yeah, I think it just naturally suits well with her charging strikes because she jumps through all her opponents and then everything gets cleaved down really quickly. But let's move away from the cleaver discussion a little
yes,
bit.
yes.
So yeah, I want to take a look at the mid lane matchup. So 17 and 6 Bombardier versus 6 and 1 Bubbles. I did say that Bomb was going to do really well. However, I didn't think it would be by such a decisive margin. And the 17 last hits might be the one that stands out to you, but I actually feel like the 8 denies is what stands out more because being a range versus range matchup, the denies actually matter so much in terms of denying the experience. We see a nice rotation here in the mid lane from Artesia, securing the kill as Bombardier gets the last hit with that auto attack. So that's going to even further the great
Yeah.
start that Snooki has had so far.
I do want to touch back on what you just said because you're actually right. Like the denies are the more important aspect because, like I said, Bubbles is going to be at a steep disadvantage here in the mid lane, right? Like he's not going to win the lane. And so basically the only way that he actually comes back into the game is through rotations with his ulti. And so many denies like that, just like delaying his level 6 by that much is really, really impactful. Like he needs level 6. Like that's the only way he's killing Bomb with like a team rotation is the only way that he's actually getting anything done in the side lanes. So this Meraxis is taking
a nice crippling pollen in the bot lane. Here comes the Bombardier with a haste rune. He's going to throw out that arcane shield, which actually I believe procced the bomb, but there's just too much damage coming out from bomb with that haste rune, and they dive all the way to the tier 2 tower and get that kill on the Meraxis. So nice play coming out from Polymorph. And Meraxis, he is really not having a great time as he is already dealing with a tri lane. We did see him try to rotate very early on into the mid lane to try to set up a gank, but only with the level 1 on the axis, he wasn't able to put much pressure onto Bombardier. So unfortunately, Meraxis is not having the greatest game, but at the same time, Rally is also in the same boat. He is level 2, so both offlaners going 1 versus 3 this game, making it very tough for them to find the
I've
golden
actually
experience
thought
early
about,
on.
I've praised Rally. Let's see, Meraxis is going to be able to evade any pressure from Moira. Absorbs that. Absorbs the shards of Harkon with his arcane shield. But yeah, I was praising Rally earlier about how strong this hero is in like a dual and tri-lane setup because of just like the added, like Compel has that dual function of being a second escape for either you or your lane mate, or as well as like that extra line stun, initiation, blah blah blah. And
Bot lane,
basically-
piercing arrows comes out to follow up the crippling poly, immobilize, and that's going to be enough damage to bring down Meraxis with the help of Moira.
Yeah, so that was really nice. But Rally is actually taking heat at the top room.
Yep. So Rally does have the marchers, so he's going to get the distance away from both the two supports. Meanwhile, in the bot river, looks like Bubbles got caught out by the Moira and the Artesia. I didn't catch that actually. I don't know if he was too low or not, but they do end up having the damage to bring him down.
Yeah, I didn't catch it either. Moraxis is now rotated into the mid lane. So they're looking, Polymorph is looking to get that kill on in the mid lane here. Rally is standing nearby, but so I'm gonna hold my tongue because it looks
Okay, here
like
comes the teleport. Rally might go in with a compel stun here onto the bubbles. Here comes the airstrike. It's gonna land onto the Luna as well, dealing a lot of damage. Excuse me, and they actually get both kills. Now Moraxis could be in some trouble as the spells are coming up very shortly. Here comes an arcane. A Shards of Harkon, excuse me, but it will be procced by the Arcane Shield, so Moraxis will be fine.
and that was
Another compel stun, actually. They find it. Here comes the sticky bomb on top of his head, and he does not have Arcane Shield for another 12 seconds, so he will fall. And that is an ultimate warrior streak coming out from Bombardier. Prophet is here with some return pressure, but he's only level 3. Here comes the Shards of Harkon stun. It's going to connect, but Bombardier will fall. Will the sticky bomb be enough damage? Yes, it will, as that was a level 4 sticky bomb. Double tap comes out for both the bubbles and the Bombardier simultaneously, so
yeah, that
a
ended
good
up
kill
being
on the bomb there.
Yeah, that was much needed, very needed. They needed that because I was kind of worried a little bit, right? Because the other lanes are kind of getting out of control for Paranoia. I'm really glad that they reined it back in and kind of slowed down Bomb a little bit because TDL's having a really good time, right? And actually, she is going to jump onto Rally here.
Yep, she picks up those Ghost Marchers. The auto attack's doing a lot of damage, but the silence does eventually wear off and Rally with the Marchers in the Wind Whistle. Will he be able to make the escape, though? He uses the power supply, but too much damage from that Tainted Soul and the Invigorate from Prophet, giving Dark Lady the bonus attack speed. So they do find the kill on Rally in the top lane, and that is good news that their Dark Lady is off to a great start. Bot lane, another crippling poly into piercing arrows. Too much damage from Meraxis to handle. Bubbles comes in with a Kelfield, but he is well, actually, he has team support from Maluna. Can they get the kill onto Forsaken Archer? She's doing, or Tisha, excuse me. She's doing a nice job hiding in the trees. Forsaken Archer trying to get a return kill here on the bubbles. The missiles are coming out from Artesia, pounding in the slows. Artesia is so low. She's playing with fire here. Will the Shell Surf come up in time? No, it will not. And Bubbles will end up falling as Moira gets credit for that kill. And meanwhile, this is going on. Bombardier split pushes in the mid lane, gets a tier 1 tower. That is a very early tower for Polymorph as they get a 9-minute mid lane tower.
I'm looking at all of these stacks in the Hellborn jungle right now, and I'm worried because TDL is not close enough to Rundax to be able to take them, and Rally and Bomb looks like they have their sights on them.
Yeah, Rally
They
doing
are
a nice job
the
of scouting
Luna
them out.
mid, it looks like, if they spot her.
Oh no, this poor Luna. No Marchers picked up. She's getting flanked here by the Rally and the Bombardier. This is going to be a very easy kill as they're going to throw the sticky bomb out. There comes the Wolf Time taunt, and Bombardier will pick up another kill. So he is closing in on the 500 GPM mark, just slightly behind the Forsaken Archer, who is sitting at 485 gold per minute as she's even rotating into the mid lane here.
Yeah, FA, she's came to take the stacks now. Like that's their objective. They spotted out the stacks, so like, okay, let's just take. This is really good team play right here.
Yeah.
That's all you can say about it. I mean, like they see this money in the bank for TDL, who they haven't managed to slow her down directly, so now they're going to do it indirectly by taking away all of her gold bank.
Yeah, and this
is going to delay FA a little bit and give a little bit of space to Meraxis, but it's still like. This is kind of like devastating from TDL because you do all this work to farm this, you take all this time to farm this Rundax, and it's a great item, but you don't get the maximum benefit for it. So.
Yeah, and I was gonna say this is one of the benefits of a Forsaken Archer is that she has that built-in farming mechanic with the split fire. That she doesn't necessarily need a farming item. We see action in the bot river though. Here comes the Essence projection from Artesia. The missiles are gonna take down a Luna. Arcane Vortex on the cliff here. Several heroes inside. Here comes the Shards of Harkon stun. It's going to connect onto Moraxis. He pops the Matrax, and he's leading the front lines. Rally does not have a compel set up for 3 more seconds. Will he end up falling? Shell Surge comes in, will take him down, and that will be the kill onto Rally. Bubbles trying to get another kill onto Moira. Meanwhile, in the bot river, actually, Artesia will be fine as she finds herself the distance away. But Moira is sitting very low here. Prophet is trying to get in range for a persecution stun.
Dark Lady's gonna go on
isn't
bomb
find her.
here.
Yep, top
Port
lane.
coming up.
That
It
is going to be a kill. 2 ports are coming in though. Will Dark Lady be able to make the escape? It looks like she actually will find the distance, I believe, away from Rally. Compel stun comes out onto Moira, trying to get him in range for the Shard's Archon there. It looks like they're undecisive if they want to commit to this or not. Dark Lady, she might be looking to turn this around. She gets the team support coming in from behind. She has the Dark Blade. Actually, she doesn't have mana for the Dark Blades. Quakestun is unfortunately going to miss, and I believe that will be the end of the fight. Bombardier, he blinks in with a buyback, actually. So they were definitely looking to try to counter initiate there with that buyback, but unfortunately they were not able to find
Yeah,
the
that
kills they were
was
looking for.
Luna.
However, Aluna is going to be in some trouble here as she gets caught a little too far out of position. Sticky Bomb, that will be enough for the kill. Rally does miss the compel stun as the hasted Bubbles was just too quick. Rally will end up going down to the Song of the Sea of Bubbles, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange. So yeah, I think Hellborn's got to be quite happy with that as they do get the buyback out from
I think so
Bombardier.
too, and it was actually really well played by TDL. She was just kind of bobbing back and forth. She was doing a really great job of spell baiting, and you know, she really. I actually don't think that Bombardier wanted to do that buyback, but she basically saw, like, Bombardier saw Moira and Rally miss both their spells. It looked like TDL was going to commit. I mean, TDL
Yeah.
did a fantastic job of ranging those 2 spells and getting it out of him. And I know he wanted to go. I mean, he went back in on, was it Rally? I think.
Yeah,
But then
but
he
no mana for
saw
the
that
Dark
buyback,
Blades.
read it correctly, and just quickly turned away. So that was excellent. I mean, meanwhile, FA is having fantastic farm. She's pushing towards 600 GPM right now, but I mean, TDL can. I feel like TDL can catch up. Now it's going to be a little bit difficult because the stacks are not present anymore. I mean, actually, they have made some new ones for her, some double stacks, so she's not going to get quite as much out of it, but she is going to be able to farm some stacks. And the ancients are soon to be tripled, I think, as well. And I mean, this hero, it's like one of the few carry heroes that comfortably takes triple ancients with just a cleaver.
Yeah, and what I also like is they have the Prophet, which is going to help the Dark Lady farm even faster. Just sitting with him, spamming the Invigorate on top of him, giving him that heal, but also the attack speed to continuously clean out the stacks.
So I mean, FA's got 2,700 gold. Looks like this is probably going to be a okay. She picks up a Warhammer, so, and a Mighty Blade. So this is going to be a Shrunken Head coming out from her. I thought she was going to go straight into Geos, but I agree with the Shrunken Head pick, especially because there's no more Axis PK. I mean, she has a lot of time to watch Moraxis get gone on the bot lane.
Yep, bot lane, Moraxis is going to end up falling. Too much damage coming out. Looks like they did use an airstrike there. Actually, no, that was that's actually been on cooldown for a while, so they just have enough damage. In the top lane, Rally will end up going down.
Suicide here. Moraxis for Rally, but the story of the game for me is the fact that it looks like Bubbles and Moraxis are not going to get decent timings on their PKs at all this game. I don't think we're going to be seeing sub 20-minute portal keys on Moraxis and Bubbles, which means that this Shrunken Head pickup from FA is going to be doing a lot of work. I don't see her ever getting in a dangerous spot when she's in combat.
So to comment on what you just said, I feel like, so because they are so slow, do you feel like that gives FA even more room to buy greedier items like the Geometer's Bane and just get a slower Shrunken Head and increase her farming speed?
Well, so I kind of thought about that, but a Shrunken Head is really Shrunken Head's actually its usefulness diminishes when you're like when this Moraxis gets a blink, because they actually have the opportunity to chain stun you without you being able to proc it. So I actually feel like the Shrunken Head is stronger now, so that her team can do the catching. so that she can push forward fearlessly with the Shrunken Head active.
Okay.
And be able to basically just walk into these counter initiation spells from the Hellborn side. That's my
Yeah, that's a fair point. So yeah, we do see at the 16-minute mark almost 9,000 gold and 6.6 thousand experience lead, as that will be a little bit closer as they take out a tower in the top lane on the Hellborn side. But we could see action here at the Hellborn Kongor, as there are a lot of heroes in the nearby area. Moira, by the way, picking up a portal key very early on. She's going to go in here with the Shards of Archon, going to get the find onto Prophet, but they were lacking about 40 damage there, unfortunately, to secure that kill. So Prophet will be able to survive, get the region on home at base. But Polymorph is looking like they want to take out this tower. They force out the Glyph of Fortification, and the question is, will it be denied or not? Aluna is trying. Here comes an Arcane Vortex from Moira. They're going to try to get the tower. Airstrike comes out. 3 bombs hit onto Aluna, and Aluna will fall. So they did commit 2 ultimates there to not only secure the tower, but to get a kill onto the Aluna. And I believe they stole the Ancients while this was
Yep.
going on.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen those Ancients cleared out quicker. Around the time that you were commenting on Prophet following TDL around and using Invigorate on him, like I feel like they should have had that Ancient tripled by then, and she should have just gone for it. Like, Charging Strike's Dark Blades, like, she hits like every creep. Like, there's 9 creeps in the camp, she hits them all 9 times with Charging Strikes. Like,
yep, you are not wrong.
in 1 stroke. So like, I feel like she needed to just clear those out ASAP. But I mean, her farm is not bad. She's not that far behind FA. About only a 70 GPM difference or 80 GPM difference. But like I
It
said,
would have
this
been a little
very-
bit closer if those were swapped, if the
Yeah.
FA didn't take the Dark Lady's Ancients. But yeah,
But it doesn't
so
even. That's not even what concerns me. What concerns me most is the net worth of the team, right? The team is really lacking in items. Now, I said that Bubbles and Miraxis weren't going to be able to get sub 20-minute PKs. It looks like Bubbles out, like really pushing to prove me wrong, which I love. He's 60 gold from it, so I think he's going to be getting it like right around the 19-minute mark. So good job, Bubbles. But Moira is spawning the illusion near this Kongor. It looks
here
like they
comes
might
an
try to
Essence
snipe it.
projection. Yep. Artesia throws out the Essence projection there. Kongor is sitting on 800 life, very low, and the rest of Polymorph is rotating in for the steal. Here comes a sticky bomb on the Kongor, and Bubbles is going to scout it out, but they're not going to be able to go for the snipe. Aluna, meanwhile, gets taken out by Rally. Now, he did use his Compel. Will they look to try to turn it around? I think they... Honestly, I feel like they could have. They have this nice word of sight here, spotting out majority of the Legion's positioning, but they decide not to go for the kill onto
Yeah.
Rally.
And Legion did that play like kind of blind, actually. I mean, they used the Moira illusion. They spawned it ahead so that they got some vision from that, and then TKB spawned the Essence projection and started launching in arcane missiles. But they actually didn't have the best vision going into that Kong fight. So
Yeah, perhaps Hellborn playing a little bit too scared there and not securing their Kongor, but
it worked
maybe they
though. I
just
mean, it was like a half buff, right? It was like, we know you're there, so we're just gonna like start casting spells at you like we see you. Right?
Yeah,
And
yeah. And the important thing now is this is going to drop a token of life for the Forsaken Archer, and she finishes her Geometer's Bane. Aluna tries to get the snipe, but unfortunately is not going to time it correctly, and that will be a token of life for FA. So she now has that for 3 minutes. But yeah, she's got the completed Geometer's Bane now, so she's got 2 comfortable items in her inventory, whereas the Dark Lady, to be honest, I mean, he's scary, but he still does not have that Shrunken, so there is just so much magic damage from Polymorph that I think he will not be comfortable until he has that item.
yeah, I wouldn't even. I mean, I wouldn't even call him scary at this point. Like,
Yeah,
if I were on the Legion team, I wouldn't be scared of him at all. I mean, you're about to get this 3rd blink up on Rally. Like, this guy cannot comfortably jump into the fight on TDL at all. He just has to keep farming, right? Like, a 5v5 engagement is not what he's looking to do right now. So it looks like they're probably gonna, trade this tier 2 for this tier 1. You know, help the team get a little bit more gold. I mean, you know, Aluna is really struggling to get anything going for herself. But even like second support Prophet has next to nothing. You know, they're a little bit tanky with investments, but that's it.
Yeah, so Polymorph puts a lot of damage into that tier 3 tower in the top lane with that Kongor Decimator buff, giving them the plus 60% bonus damage against structures. Just that was one creep wave worth of push. You can see how much extra damage that is adding. Forsaken Archer just doing chunks of damage to the tower. A few more auto attacks should be able to bring down the tower. A lot of misses coming out actually. Here comes Moira with a Arcane Vortex in the background. Moraxis gets an Arcane Shield to proc, but they are not finding the stuns that they are looking for. And how is it that they want to deal with this team fight?
Well, it looks like Bubbles tried to go in, but wasn't able to get any of his spells off. I'm not really sure.
Didn't get the Kelp build off. Here comes Piercing Arrows, mostly onto Prophet. Rally gets a slam off in the background. It's a hat-trick coming out for Bombardier, and that's going to be... Nope, not a genocide, as Dark Lady is still alive, actually. But they got the melee racks. The question is, can they get the ranged racks? Token was used on Forsaken. She pops the Shrunken now as she does not have the token anymore. Dark Lady goes into the background, takes out Artesia. She is now on the run as she's getting low on mana. Moraxis trying to stay alive as well. He's going to eat a crippling pollen, immobilize, and he will fall. So a lot of kills going the way of Polymorph as they do eventually get the ranged racks there. And that will now boost them up to a 16,000 gold and 10,000 experience lead.
It's this game is going to come down to, I mean, they're not going to CC. It's best of one, obviously. It's only one Rex. You know, they have like an Aluna to push out waves. They've got, you know, TDL can pretty comfortably deal with Rex creep. You know, but the story of the game now is going to be all TDL. It's basically going to be, is TDL going to be able to find her target inside of her shrunken head window with like a reasonably good bubbles jump? Because I don't know if you noticed, I'll point it out for our viewers, you know, Moraxis and Bubbles both die-backed, right? They bought back, then died.
Oh, yeah, there was two buybacks actually used, so
their other two core heroes are more or less going to have, like, nothing at this point. Like, I don't want to say nothing, but you know what I mean, right? Like, sheep sticks or health flowers or even like storms and tablets, right, are like not going to find themselves in the inventory of the Hellborn team because they're just getting pushed right now. And TDL actually she's 700 gold away from Shrunken Head. I've been watching her gold pool very closely, and it looks like she's going to struggle to get Shrunken Head going before this mid tower is under threat of being pushed. So she's going to have to take another fight without it.
Yeah, Moraxis is going to eat a crippling pollen into a piercing arrows. Rally comes in with a defensive compel stun just to secure the kill, and Moraxis does not have money for a buyback. Prophet is going to fall to the auto attacks from Forsaken Archer. She picks up a double tap. Bubbles jumps in with the Song of the Sea. The Shrunken Head is now popped by Forsaken Archer. She jumps very far into the front line. She's taking a lot of pressure from the towers. A power throw is going to come out, but the Shrunken Head was still up on Forsaken Archer. Bubbles uses a take cover. He will get caught out by the compel stun and he will fall. So this could very well be another set of racks. Dark Lady still unable to find the goal for her Shrunken Head. So here comes Bombardier with the sticky bomb jump. It is unfortunately going to miss. Dark Lady's going to counter initiate, but the heals coming out from the Artesia are going to keep Bomb alive for now. Here comes a power throw, and it will snipe out Bomb before the Arcane Vortex can save him in time. Will they find any more kills? Here comes Prophet in with a Persecution stun. Dark Lady charging in. She does some decent damage, but she does get stunned up. And the power throw again will snipe out Artesia. So they get another kill. Here comes another piercing arrows as it's back up again. Moraxis eats the brunt of that. He will go down. Dark Lady goes down. It's a double tap for Forsaken Archer. Can she hold her ground? I believe she will. She will hold her ground. She will get a hat trick onto the Prophet. Make it a quad kill? No, it will be a kill for Rally onto the Aluna as the concede vote does come out from the Hellborn side. It does end up going through as the 2 racks deficit was going to be too much for them to handle. So Polymorph will take the round of 1 victory over Paranoiac in this best of 1. And final thoughts on the match, John?
I just think that Polymorph had, just in general, slightly better team play. They really they played cohesively. Spotting out, like I said, pointed out at the time, they spotted out the stacks and quickly moved everybody into the jungle, played aggressively around those stacks, took them away from TDL. Looked like everything in that match was like kind of equal-ish on paper, except for the mid lane matchup. I think the game was kind of lost by the mid lane matchup, and it's not to say that one player truly outplayed another. I just think that the matchup was played as we expected it, right? Like Bombardier is a super strong mid, and unfortunately, Bubbles just doesn't have the toolkit to take to contest that lane properly, I think. And because the mid lane was so decisive, like that allowed like FA and crew to go into the jungle and just like steal the stacks from TDL, right? Because like from a carry standpoint, the two carries were equal for a while, right?
Yeah.
It just
Mhm.
I think FA was slightly ahead all game, but that's just because her team was doing better. She was like finding more kills. But I think that TDL played really well with what she could have, what she was able to do.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. As the mid lane gave a lot of momentum to Polymorph and the portal key timings coming together for them. But as you pointed out, the stealing of the stacks and the ancients as well, giving them further and further advantages. So we'll play to Polymorph as they will find themselves in the semifinals tomorrow. And that is going to do it for this match. I believe there's yeah, there's one more match coming up shortly. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for the last round one match of the day. And that's going to do it for myself as I will be playing in the next series. But thanks for joining me, John. And we'll go on a short
Absolutely.
break here before the next round one match starts.
Yeah, stick around, everybody, so that you can watch Wig struggle in his next game.
Oh, come on.
Just kidding.
uh,
Just a friendly jab before you go play.
of course, of course.
Hello? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for HoN OMG Cycle 5. We've got Good Clan Rejects facing off versus Donkey Kong. Again, we've seen both of these teams before. I'm joined here by Dutch Onage. Dutch, how you doing?
Hey man, I'm doing good. Yeah. I'm actually really happy, oh sorry, really excited to see this match because this should be a really interesting match, right? Two really good teams actually facing off against each other. And we haven't really seen too much from Donkey Kong as they joined the cycles relatively late, I believe. They only joined for the third and the fourth cycle, I believe, right?
Yeah, each time they wanted to play before, they didn't actually have the players available, so they forfeited each time. But now they're here in full force, having Slaskadil, I can't say it because I'm not Danish, Jim Carreyrou, Bunny Lover, Chepe, and Holme. And I know all these players fairly well, and they're going to be facing off against the tried and tested Good Clan Rejects, where they have, of course, Angry Testy, Bilbo Swaggin, What You Got, Math Pro, otherwise known as Quiero Suculo, and Rosaru.
Yeah, so I think they're like two really good teams, and two teams that also have some history in playing together. So I expect great things from both of them. So yeah, let's go to the bands. Magnus,
Yeah.
Ophelia is actually something I really expected because we faced it ourselves once, and we got completely stumped by Beans playing Ophelia. So
Mhm.
no surprises there.
Yeah, I'm really glad they picked up on that. They are going to ban the electrician, which I find interesting as Testy's team really hasn't played a lot of electrician, to be
Yeah.
completely honest.
I
And
only think like only Imba really has picked up the electrician a lot, and I don't believe anyone else really has, right?
I mean, we've played it on Volca a couple times, but not as much as Testy would pick it up.
Yeah, and like electrician is it used to be really good, but then it got nerfed. I believe last patch where the Q, the Q duration got reduced by a significant amount, I believe.
But look at this though. Look at the Sandwraith Empath immediately picked up by Donkey Kong. So they know what they want to do. They want to go for a very late game-esque gankish team right now, and the Legion is actually putting a lot of aggression by going both Sir Bensington with Moira and a Luna. That's a lot of global presence as well. So it's global versus global right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the Bensington pickup, to be fair, because they saw the Sandrate pickup, and Bensington doesn't really scream Sandrate counter to me, right?
Yeah, but in the early game, you can tri-lane with a Bensington, but you can't really tri-lane a Sandwraith. And I think that they are going to be aggressive tri-laning versus that Sandwraith to prevent him from getting any farm. And I hope that Donkey Kong picks up on this and actually sends the Sandwraith long lane.
Yeah, like Sandrate is kind of an interesting hero because even if you get shut down in the lane, as long as your team is doing well, you can just kind of like pick off and like help with kills here and there and like get kills through that. And just always be like that annoying Sandrate factor that you have to take care of. And one really powerful hero against the Sandrates is, of course, the Cersei. So I'm curious if Slusky is going to ban the Cersei to prevent them from countering the Sandrate in that way.
I doubt that they're really going to ban a Cersei when they've already got the Aluna and the Moira, because
Yeah.
both those heroes are never really picked up as a core. But I'm more interested in the fact that they picked a Voodoo Jester as the second support right now for Hellborn, because I think Voodoo requires some changes to make him viable, because he has a huge potential damage output, but his lockdown ability, his acid cocktail, is garbage.
It
It's
travels
too
too
slow.
slowly, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if Voodoo Jester had a different ability, I really feel like Voodoo needs to be reworked actually, because it just doesn't make any sense. It almost feels like you need to play him as a core for you to get a portal key and then have Acid Cocktail do things. But
I mean, I feel like
Yeah.
the hero is a little bit awkward. It's I feel like against certain heroes like Ugi, the Cursed Crown can really do a lot. But yeah, it's like a subject for another time, I think. Anyway, we see a Bombardier picked up. I like the Bombardier with the Bensington and stuff. You can even use the Q on the Bensington. But it is a bit greedy against the Sandra, don't you think?
Yeah, it's very easy to gank, and especially with a hero with a Grinix as well. Bombardier can be very squishy in these situations, and the Grinix is actually a good pick here because now they really need to pick up a strong solo laner to be able to lane up against the Grinix. But if they do, then I feel like Grinix is really a bad pick. So they should have saved that Grinix for the last pick as a surprise. Because right now I feel
Yeah.
like it can get countered because they can pick up a hero like they still need proper initiation on the side of the Legion. So they can go for something like a Kraken, for example, who really doesn't mind a Grinix that much and can potentially even solo kill him in the
I
end.
would kind of like to see a Tundra here almost.
Yeah, Tundra, another good example of a hero that can solo and beat a Grinix 1v1. Another hero that comes to mind is something like a Rally, who has a really high base armor, has a really good ability to save his teammates from Voodoo Jester, as well as Empath with the wall, or maybe even the Lodestone. Heroes like these that are just tanky and provide initiation for the team, because right now they're quite a squishy team.
Lowstone is less of a solo laner that you want to get farm. Zephyr, now that is not something I was expecting.
So the question right now is, are they going to be putting the yeah, okay, I think I got it. I think they're going to be tri-laning top with Bensington and Luna Moira, Zephyr middle, and Bombardier solo bottom versus Grinix.
Yeah. Would you ever like to go Zephyr versus a Grinix instead of
I
like
think,
the Zephyr middle?
I don't know, I feel like Zephyr could be in a lot of trouble versus a Grinix early on. But the
against
moment he
Pebbles,
gets
though?
last hits, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I feel like I would rather prefer to play against the Grinix than against the Pebbles, almost. Because Pebbles just has so much base damage that like getting last hits is gonna be really hard. And I also feel like that the Pebbles just has more burst damage
Yeah.
when you're
I
close to him.
really think the Voodoo Jester is a bad pick this game though. Chipper would have been a
But
million times better.
what do you think about the Pebbles pick?
I think it's strong. They needed initiation. They had no frontliner, and it's personally just also a thing that I don't really like Grinix as a hero right now for competitive play because all you need to do is get a counter ward, and the hero can't recover if he has a bad start. So those are the two factors that already make him less effective. If he manages to actually get a Staff the Master upgrade on Grinix, then he can do really well. But these are all these what if
Yeah,
situations
that's a
and these
big if.
items. Yeah.
No, but I actually disagree with you on that one. I think Grinix is a really powerful hero right now, mainly because of like the level of burst he has, and Grinix also has like really high base damage. So I think Grinix is definitely a hero that um it allows for a lot of movement on your side. It also is a very powerful laner. The main issue is that it's just a hero that requires a lot of farm that doesn't really farm fast, because the more farm you get on a Grenex, like the better it gets, right? Because it scales really well with damage and with minus armor because of like all his spells that he has. But it also kind of needs a shrunken head in the late game, and you kind of need to get kills by or need to get farm by getting hero kills. And if those hero kills don't come for whatever reason, then you really start falling behind quite fast.
Yeah, that's the main issue with the hero. If you don't have a good start, then it's super difficult to recover. And you can try to gank, of course, but that's not always going to be sufficient.
Yeah.
You need a
But-
lot of creep kills with Grinix, and I think that's the main issue of the hero.
But in this case, against the solo Zephyr, and I like that he went for an Iron Shield. I don't like that he didn't go for a Hatchet.
But his base
Yes.
damage is quite high compared to the Zephyr, so he might have a decent time, but yeah, he definitely needed a hatchet this game. And they really should have realized this and actually put Sandwraith bottom with Voodoo Jester and Empath, because that's a kill on Zephyr 100% of the time. I don't
Yeah.
like them trying to tri lane versus Moira, Luna, Bensington. That's just so much stronger.
And
It looks like
actually
they're dual
middle.
midding.
What do you think about that? I think
It's okay.
like the one thing I should have said, if they expected a trail line top, they should have really blocked the medium camp, which they didn't, which allows the what's his face, the Legion side, to get really easy lane control, which is a big oversight from the Hellborn team.
Yeah, as well as the fact that they don't have a rev ward for their own easy camp being blocked right here. So Aluna is going to move over to middle lane immediately when they see that, but now top lane is actually in a better position because the Sandwraith in a 2v2 situation is suddenly a lot stronger. And Voodoo
Yeah.
Jester is a lot stronger in this lane now as well because
Yeah,
they're
they
only
should have just
2v2.
let they should have just had the, and actually Empath rotates top now. I wonder if they picked up on that because the ward might have actually spotted them out, right?
No, it doesn't see anything.
Yeah,
or-
it does.
It does. Yeah, yeah,
Maybe yes, no.
yeah, it does.
And
but-
now Luna goes up again, and Empath goes back to the mid lane, just dancing around each other. But
Yeah.
like, if the Empath gets a good wall, and actually, Beans actually placed a good ward near the mid lane to spot out the Empath rotations whenever they come. But if the Empath does get a good wall, that should be a dead bombardier with the pebbles, right?
Yeah, for sure. And definitely the Hellborn team on top lane just needs to play very careful. But let's look at the bottom matchup as Testy is now contesting Bunny Lover on that Grinix. But just look at this. Grinix really isn't having a good time here. He did end up buying the hatchet, but
Yeah.
Zephyr is just full HP.
I don't know if you saw what happened there, but Grenex tried to get in some auto attacks, and he basically just takes as much damage from the tornadoes as he deals to the Zephyr there. So
Yeah, that I feel like this lane is not what you want. Zephyr is just so strong in a melee versus melee lineup because he'll just keep pushing the lane.
yeah, that's why I actually liked the fact that they sent the Grenex bottom, and instead of the Zephyr middle, because like Zephyr middle against Pebbles is just not the lineup you want.
Yeah, but they really should have just laned the Sandwraith bottom at the start and then teleported when they moved the other heroes there. Because that way you stay ahead of the rotations.
True.
And
Oh, that's
Grinix
Grinix.
just dies. I don't... So he just gusted him back and he was just taking so much harass from the tornadoes. So this is really just...
Yeah,
I don't know.
awkward.
Yeah,
think
Grinix is not a
awkward
good
is
pick
the-
here.
I don't. Yeah, it's weird, right? Because if you send one rotation over from either Empath or Voodoo, that should be a dead bird most of the time. I feel.
But not anymore. He's too high level now.
No, not anymore. So then, in that case, he definitely should have sent the Sandwraith plus like Empath / Voodoo over.
Yeah. I will say though that Sandwraith is quite good versus mid lane. Jim Carrey actually dies to the DD Bombardier.
Oh, that is not something you like to see.
They're trying to initiate top lane as well, but Slesk is playing quite safe in the top lane, and he's actually got decent farm considering he's against a tri lane now.
Yeah, that's like this. The illusions just do a lot whenever. Oh, and Empath might die.
Empath also
Oh.
falling to the Bombardier right here as he just walks in and dies.
Yeah,
Pebbles
that's-
is now trying to hit the stun. No, and he doesn't even try. And there's the airstrike, and Pebbles is going to die to this hit here. Or not.
No,
he's not
is
going to
he
use his
run
stun.
out?
Use your stun, maybe?
Oh my.
Okay,
God.
so he's going to be fine here, actually. But in top lane, we do get a kill onto Chepe on that Empath.
Oh, and
Oh,
Zephyr
Voodoo
might die.
Jester.
No, wait, no, that's a deck connect,
Zephyr
never mind.
is turning it on the Grinix in bottom lane as he does use the tornado, and he's up to 480 gold per minute right now. So
Yeah.
this is why you don't pick Grinix fourth, because this is exactly what I said would happen. Just pick a good 1v1er.
Yeah, so Grinex really does well against the support without a buckler, right?
Yeah.
Because like the I think that's the main issue with Grinex mainly, is that almost all of his damage comes from his auto attacks. So when you don't have that much damage without auto attacks, you just can Iron Shield, and the Grinex is not as useful.
Mm-hmm. And they also nerfed him in the recent patch.
Did they?
Yeah, the negative armor went down from 1.75
Yeah.
to negative 0.8, which is quite a big deal considering there are 2 charges on the ability.
Well, yes and no. I think the minus armor actually scaled.
Look at this though, Aluna now getting caught here by the Grinix, but he is going to get the stun over there, but are they going to be there in time as Aluna does have boots and Grinix does not? So Empath is now stunning the Bombardier here, and Nice Wall is going to wall off the Bombardier completely, but
That might
Jim
be the
Carryu
Empath.
on that Pebbles can't really do anything, and
No.
they're going to stack up to get double stunned.
Bubbles, sorry, Bombardier actually did not have
Top
mana
lane,
for
we do have
the-
initiation actually, as Voodoo Jester is falling low from the Bensington, but Sandwraith doing a lot right here versus the Moira, and he is going to fall, and the Toxin Claws are doing work on the Sandwraith right there, and Voodoo Jester even survives.
Yeah, the Toxin Claws on the Sandwraith actually do so much for those illusions. You just stack up and keep auto-attacking. It is
Yeah.
such a powerful hero for that, powerful item for that Sandwraith.
Yeah, but look at this, Helm now picked up on Zephyr already, and Bombardier is getting comboed right here by Pebbles. He's got the DD, but it's not going to be enough damage. Voodoo Jester is running over, but Aluna is as well, and Pebbles is not going to end up finding a kill, but they might actually go for top lane. No, they seem to be running mid instead with the DD Pebbles.
Like, there's entire supporting cast. Like, calling Grenix supporting cast is maybe a bit of an extension, but they don't have boots right now. So they're trying to
Look at this
rotate.
though, Bensington in a lot of trouble. He's going to get stunned into the Sandwraith, and that's going to be an easy kill. But Pebbles in the mid lane though, he has the sticky bomb on him, so he's in a lot of trouble as the power throw is there to finish him off. He almost killed the Moira, but it was not going to be enough. And yeah, Grenix now with a couple of successful ganks, but just look at the GPM on Zephyr. Like, he just needs
Yeah.
to push this tower and then take the entire woods for
And
free.
that's like the thing about a Zephyr. It can just like kind of tank the wave behind the tower. But what do you think about the Helm's Black Legion pickup on the Zephyr?
It's good. It allows him to farm creeps. And that's all he needs to do right now.
Do you ever think he should have gone for something else like an Astro?
I mean, in the scenario in which he doesn't have complete free farm, sure. But look at this though. There's going to be a toss back on the Aluna in the mid lane. The Essence Link is going to connect and stun the Aluna. But nice double stun coming out from the Grenix right there. And they do have the damage to kill what you got. And there comes the Sandwraith ulti. He goes in there. There's the toss. Do they have the damage though? Yes, they do. There's support coming in, but it's Moira. And he might have actually been in trouble if they continued. But Bensington is running towards middle as well. And Bensington actually not leveling his Heart Piercer right now. Sandwraith
Yeah.
might be in some trouble, but he does have Voodoo Jester nearby. There comes the Joust, and he's going to be just fine.
Technically, it is higher burst to skip your E, because it's only like 2 magic pairs, but I feel like it's mainly for the 100 attack range that you want in, right?
Yeah, and that attack range allows you to get a couple of extra auto attacks, especially if you pick up a Toxin Claws.
Yeah.
Man, we love that item, don't we, Dutch?
I mean, to be fair, it's basically an ice brand for 200 gold, so yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just a good item.
Hmm.
So why would you buy it? And it's actually evident by a lot of people on the Legion side picking it up.
The Legion does need to be careful though, as they are on a timer, as Sandwraith late game is very difficult to stop. But Grenix is top lane for now for the Bensington, and there's another stun with the thing on top, the casket. Oh, acid cocktail. And mid lane, there's
Yeah.
also some action happening as Pebbles is getting gone on with the Bombardier. He tried to toss the Bombardier, but was not able to. Pops the regen rune, and they're going to be both just fine. But Zephyr still just farming away up to
I would
560 gold per minute.
really like the Bensington to just rotate to the bottom lane, because the Zephyr is not in the bottom lane anymore. Zephyr is just like jungling right now.
Yeah, but do they really want Sandwraith to have complete free farm?
Isn't he already, even with the Bensington there? Because
He's putting
Bensington,
some pressure.
Bensington just died 2-3 times in a row because like there's no one else there. And they just dived the Bensington.
Oh, look at this though. Moira coming in, and they're getting the power throw. There's the stun. Voodoo Jester deciding not to use the stun, but there's the Bensington ulti coming in as well, and they're going to hit the empath with it. But there comes the acid cocktail finally, and there's the bird, and that's going to be an easy double tap for Bilboswagen. As
And
no
now
one
they can start
on the Hellbourne
pushing.
team. Yeah,
And another thing, actually, they have stacks in the jungle. And
Yep.
Zephyr is gonna say, thank you very much, I will take those.
as well as the Bombardier, of course.
Yeah, you don't even really need to rotate the Bombardier. I mean, Zephyr should generally be more than fine enough to take any stacks they have. But why don't you like the Benston rotating bottom?
It puts pressure on Sandwraith. And I mean, he can always ulti somewhere now that he's got level 6. And I think he's
No.
very susceptible to ganks. Top lane, we do have Sandwraith getting gone on right here by the Bombardier. The slow from the Toxin Claws isn't going to affect him as he does have a haste, but here's the Empath, and he is going to stun. But there's no ulti on Bombardier, so that stun might have been a bit too early, as now they're going to chase down the Empath. Grinix is here, though, so Moira could be in a lot of trouble, as there comes the stun. Moira's taking a lot of damage from this Grinix right here, but it's going to be enough, as Bunny Lover is now Ultimate Warrior. There comes the Acid Cocktail on the Aluna, as well as the Zephyr, and they're just going to keep getting stunned, and Aluna might fall, but he has 15 charges in power supply, so he should actually be fine.
It's
Is
only
he gonna
one more
use it?
tick.
Yeah. He might have died if he didn't use power supply, but
150 HP left.
yep.
It's debatable. But yeah, it's the Zephyr is like a hero that is just really snowbally, right? This only thing you need to do is just get tanky, and your tornadoes will generally do both the farming aspect and like the damage aspects for them. But even though
look at
like
this, though, Pebble's getting caught right here in the mid lane as Bombardier and the Moira are enough to just simply kill him. I
Bombardier
think,
actually picking up a glowstone, so Bombardier is really tanky right now.
yeah, with that Steam Boots on top of it, he's got 1300 HP, and it looks to me like he's gonna be rushing that staff.
Yeah, I actually really like that. If he is giving the staff to the Bensington. No,
Yeah.
I don't like it as much if he's giving it to the Zephyr, but I think Zephyr might be getting his own staff.
Yeah, and I think Zephyr staff is really strong versus all the Sandwraith illusions.
True. But what I was saying is I like the fact that they actually he's not going for a PK this game, because with the Bensington and the Moira, I feel like you have enough initiation already. At least at the moment. So just getting a staff, becoming tanky, and just getting more damage and stuff, and even at global presence, I feel like that's really powerful. As they might go mid lane.
Yeah, mid
is he
lane, we
gonna
do
catch?
have. Oh, they're trying to catch the Bombardier, but are just not able to. But do they even have the damage for this bomb right now? Top
were
lane, we
cheap
do have
people, though.
Grinix. They're scouting out the bends, and there comes in the stun from the Joust. Moira is there, though, and he is going to get stunned up as well. Sandwraith in a lot of trouble, but instead, the illusions are going to go on the Moira, and Moira now in that ultimate with Grinix there. Grinix trying with his ulti to pick off the Moira. He's got his stun up in cooldown wise, but no power supply on Grinix is going to make it impossible to kill him, and Bensington also just is able to run away, so
all
no
the time-
damage.
They're just kind of bullying the Sandwraith out of the lane, making him rotate, making him feel pressure, while the Zephyr is just completely free firing bottom and even almost getting the tier 2 tower here.
Yeah, he's got complete freedom right here, and they really should be putting pressure on the base as well. Pebbles is running over to the bottom lane, but he's not even that close to his portal key, so I feel like maybe he should just be focusing on middle instead.
Yeah, but even in the mid lane, you're not really that safe, because you don't have the tower anymore. And the enemy has like a Moira. And
Yeah, but look at this though,
Oh, mid
Sandwraith
lane.
is going in with the Empath ulti onto the Moira, and this is actually a really easy kill for him.
Yeah,
Bensington ulti coming in as well, but it's going to be cancelled.
Moira actually uses Q to farm there.
Yeah, that's a good timing right there from the Sandwraith to go in.
Yeah, there's like good
Bottom
awareness
lane,
actually.
Grinix actually in a lot of trouble as Zephyr. Unable to be damaged by this Grinix anymore. Level 7 also on the Grinix. He's
Like you're just tickling him at this point with like the helm pickup. Like one thing I do like about
look at
the
this though,
ultimate-
ulti from the Zephyr onto the Grinix, and wow, he's just running around. He didn't even have vision on Grinix right there.
Yeah. Like one thing I would actually like for the Zephyr to do here is upgrade his helm to Black Legion, because it does so much work in these team fights with against Center
Against-
Illusions.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a really good pickup, making his entire team block 40 damage 100% of the time. And
Yeah.
it also gives you armor, and I feel like people underestimate what Ultor's Heavy Plate actually does for you in team fights.
Is it called that nowadays?
Yeah, Ultor's Heavy
Oh yeah,
Plate.
yeah. it's
Heavy
called
Helm,
Heavy Plate.
sorry.
Yeah. Ultra's Heavy Helm, yeah, exactly. And the entire jungle is stacked now, and Zephyr's just gonna freely farm that.
Wow,
I don't know.
he's up to 600 GPM. He's gonna shoot up to maybe even 700 GPM after all these stacks.
But
Look
I
at
was
this though.
one thing.
Empath might be in some trouble. No. Instead, it's Moira who's in trouble as Grinix finds him in the woods, and Bombardier is gonna ulti right on top of the Grinix, and that's gonna be an easy kill.
And
But Sandwraith with that ultimate, no, he's actually getting caught right here by the Bensington, and Sandwraith is forced to run away as Zephyr rotates over as well.
there are 5 people there as well. Like, if any more, like, because the Zephyr was taking the stacks in that jungle, right?
Oh, Pebbles
there was-
needs to be careful here.
And that's a staff picked up on the Zephyr. But what I was saying was, actually don't even know what I was saying anymore. Like the helm was just like such a powerful pickup against the Sandblade Illusions.
Yeah.
It just basically like ignores those solutions. But what do you think about Zephyr as a hero overall?
Well, in scenarios like this, where you're in a 1v1 situation where you have another carry like a Bensington, it's super
Yeah.
powerful because there was no way that the Hellborn could rotate. And now Zephyr with that ultimate going in on the Voodoo Jester, he's getting tickled by the Hellborn team, and in the meantime, he's killing everything. Zephyr is taking a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter as he's tanky enough to kill everything right here. And Sandwraith does ulti in, but he just does not have the ability to stay there. Even with Cursed Ground and all those abilities tanked by the Zephyr, he doesn't care.
Yeah, the staff actually makes it so you get like 1 cyclone every 4 seconds, I believe. Which actually effectively gives you like 5 HP regen extra. And it just allows you to get so much burst healing whenever you kill creeps and stuff.
Yeah. But this is really just, it came back down to the draft about them 4th picking the Grinix.
Yeah.
What's the problem with 4th picking a Pebbles in this game?
Nothing really, because Pebbles is quite a safe pick as well, right?
Yeah.
If they would have done something really radical and easily counterable, like an Oogie comes to mind, right?
Yeah.
Because that's like you want to last pick it because otherwise people just pick still 4s or something like that.
Yeah,
Then
but
I
they already had the
understand.
Sandwraith as well. So.
Yeah, they already had a carry, so. And I'm thinking, right? So what other hero besides like Grenex does Zephyr do really well against? Because there's not that much that actually comes to mind.
Well, just melee heroes, pretty
Like
much.
no, but if you play like against the Morexes, oh, they actually might go bottom lane.
Yeah, they're
Oh, they
trying
are.
to. There's the curse. There's the voodoo
And
curse on
nothing
the
happened.
Zephyr. But what are they gonna do? They got vision on him from the Grinix right there. There comes out the ulti from the voodoo
Oh, that's
Jester.
so greedy.
There's a lot of damage coming out from the Sandwraith right here as well, but just it's not gonna be enough as Zephyr tanks everything. Is he even gonna die? No,
No.
he tanked the entire curse, and now Moira looking for more with that illusion as the game is falling apart for the Hellborn team, not being able to kill that Zephyr
Yeah, but diving like that against
Yeah.
the Zephyr,
against the staff on Bombardier.
against the Bensington, Bensington didn't even use ultimate.
Their main priority right now on Sandwraith is to just get farm and get pickoffs on the Bombardier, Bensington, Moira, and the
Yeah.
Luna. They can't kill the Zephyr, but they can kill the
Yeah.
rest of the team. And if the rest of the team is dead, then they can kill the
for
Zephyr.
I'd say go for Bombardier. Bombardier can't get away, right?
Yeah.
But like, what I was gonna say was that like the Legion team has a very big history with being unable to finish out games.
Well, I mean, they choose not to finish games because they're
Yeah.
content farming. So
Exactly.
they're against the Sandwraith, so take advantage of that as Hellborn.
Yeah. So since they have historically had an issue with finishing games, maybe they could choose to just farm a little bit too much, give the Sandwraith some time to recover, and Sandwraith could still like, you know, be a powerful force late game. But with 2 supports sitting below 100 GPM right now, it's
But-
not looking very good for you.
Nah, but Sandwraith, all he needs to do is push out waves with his illusions and hope for the best. Hope that his team can get a portal key up on the pebbles. He's almost got it. It's super late though, but basically he just needs to be ungankable with those illusions.
Yeah. And like the Hellborn side, so Legion side also really doesn't have a good Kongor team. So that's not really a big option for them either, because otherwise they could just do Kongor, get the 60% extra damage buff and go for that stuff.
Yeah, and they do have some catch now with the portal key on the Bombardier, but Sandwraith should be quite safe from getting picked off.
They also have 2 staffs right now. I would really love for one of them to upgrade in the Bensington, because Bensington with a staff is just so powerful. He
Yeah,
gets
for sure.
650 range or something. It's actually ridiculous.
Yep.
Oh, they're looking for kills. So the Grenx going in.
Grenix, they are going to find them in the background as Bombardier is going to get bursted down, but Moira with the beautiful ultimate preventing all that damage. And Sandwraith actually up on the hill getting caught right now by the Zephyr ulti, and he's going to get caught by Bensington afterwards. And now Empath, who was in the Sandwraith, is going to fall, but Bombardier does end up falling as well as the Aluna. But this seems to be a team wipe as the Legion team is still up and healthy, and Voodoo is going to get caught there by Tessie with that Staff of the Master, Shamans, and Helm, and now they're free to push.
Slow. The Curse Crown actually did a lot there, and it was a really good initiation from the Hellborn side there. The only issue is they did not stun the Moira, and the Moira just stalled that initiation for so long that it allowed the Zephyr to get there, Zephyr to ultimate, the Benston to get there with the ultimate, and that just completely turned the team fight. If the Hellborn side had like 3 seconds more to just finish off those targets and get out, that would have been a different team fight.
Look at this initiation. They kind of screwed it up though, but there you have the Empath as well. He didn't get Essence Link off though, and Bensington should be able to get away unless he gets killed by neutrals. Nope. So a bit of a misplay there. Missing the stun as well as pushing him out of the stun.
Grenx should have kind of been on top of the Bensington there. I think if you just use Ghost Marches and shit like on top of the Bensington stun always hits you, and the charge gets cancelled basically, right?
True that.
And Bensington actually choosing to go for a Hyper Crown, talking about greed.
Yeah, he doesn't care though, as they do already have such a huge lead, and this will just make it so he can put the lightning on the Zephyr, and if they apply a lot of auto attacks, like with Voodoo Jester ultimate and with Sandwich stun, actually initiation on the Bombardier as he gets caught by the Pebbles combo, but he's just so tanky. But there's the Grenix now. Moira is there with the illusion, and wow,
big
power throws from Chris right there is going to be enough. Sandwraith does ulti, but instead of going in on the Aluna, they're going in on something else, and there's the port back, and Sandwraith is actually going in on nothing right now, and Zephyr is here as Grenix is going to fall to that. Nice stun coming out from the Voodoo Jester right there, but is it going to be enough? No. Yes, it is actually. He does end up killing Rosaru, but Tessie is just impossible to kill, as now Moira is catching the Empath, and Empath is just forced to run away. Is he going to be fine though? He does have a wall coming up. He doesn't choose to use it though, and Moira could ulti to cancel the port, and that's exactly what he does. And now Empath is just going to fall.
You don't really care about the Moira ultimate too much at this point because you're just so far ahead, right?
Yeah.
It's only like 90 seconds cooldown.
What do you think of the Shrunken Head pickup on Sandwraith though? He seems to be going for it.
Yeah, not the biggest fan, to be perfectly honest with you, because I feel like the way you're gonna win this game is just by ganking people. And Shrunken doesn't really do much against Zephyr, because the ultimate actually goes slow, at least, goes through Shrunken. And the Moira ultimate is not a big factor of this.
Look at this though, Bombardier did find the Sandwraith right here, and they don't have the most damage right here, but yeah, he's just gonna be able to Q and run away. But Moira, like the Moira items, I think, are very questionable when he should be focusing on a portal key. But look at this though, they do find the Grenix right here in the mid lane as the Luna stun does come in, and here comes the combo from Pebbles, and that's gonna be a dead Moira. So even with all that tankiness, it's not going to be enough, and there comes the Desert's Curse onto the Aluna, but they should just be trying to dodge the Zephyr. He does get stunned up by the cocktail, he does get the Curse on him as well, but he doesn't care.
Yeah, but this is exactly what they should try to do here. Just get a kill, get a pick off, and back off.
Grenix finding the Bombardier in the woods right there, and there comes the Sandwraith ulti. No Bombardier ulti to be found, but there comes the Cask, or the Acid Cocktail, and Sandwraith in a lot of trouble from this power throws. There comes in the Joust, but it's not going to find the Sandwraith, and now Zephyr with that ultimate is going to be able to find Voodoo Jester instead.
Yeah, so they do get a lot of important pickups, but even though they get the pickups, right, since the Legion side just has so much map control, it really doesn't matter too much, and Benston actually might find the Sandwraith here. Yeah,
he's trying to. He did just barely miss the Sandwraith, but that Sandwraith is realizing I can't fight this and just runs away through the woods.
It is actually on an EU server, so the Americans have actually got. We haven't really talked about this, but it's actually the Hellborn side is actually favored for that, since they are an EU team and the the Legion is NA. And I think we may have seen a little bit of that
Look
ping
at this though,
difference there.
Sandwraith is in a lot of trouble maybe as Moira is going to be setting up the ulti onto the Sandwraith. The Hellborn team is porting in. There comes the Acid Cocktail onto the Zephyr. They got the curse as well, but the Power Throw is going to be enough to finish him. And Grenix almost just falling simply by running in for a short second. And Bensington not able to find the Grenix with his stun. But yeah, this is the opening that the Legion needed to push. They can just have Zephyr tank the tower, and I think it should be fine.
Yeah, I really do like Testy's items here, though.
Yeah, the
Frostfield
Frostfield plate is really good versus all the Sandwraith
It's
illusions.
such a powerful item. And like the AoE effect and stuff, and the slow is exactly what it needs here.
Yeah. And Zephyr doesn't care. He's just gonna tank the tower right here. Look how little damage that does.
Yeah, and he just like farms the creeps down a little bit, heals up. I would have even not minded as much a heart on him here. But I also would have really liked him to finish the helm actually.
The Ultor's heavy helm. Yeah,
Yeah.
just to protect his team from the Sandwraith even more.
And he actually with pushes as well, right?
Look at this though, initiation in on the Bombardier. That comes the Zephyr ultimate. There's a lot of damage coming out from what you got, as well as from Testy though, and the Hellborn team realizing that that jump might have not been the best, as no one on the Legion team actually falling right here.
Yeah, that was more
Buybacks are
desperation
coming
than
out.
anything
Bensington
else.
does end up falling to the curse. There's a combo in on the Moira. The Desert's curse is going to be enough to finish off the Moira, but Zephyr is still 100% healthy, and they're realizing that, and they choose to dodge it. Kiera Sukulo actually buying back on that Moira, realizing that he has an illusion up, so he's going to be spawning that soon, as Grinnex is going to be running forward. He auto-attacks the Zephyr, but it does no damage, and Moira with the illusion. Sandwraith now slowed to the max, and the stun there as well. And that is a dead Sandwraith.
The Moira ultimate just to finish it off.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
in the end,
and-
Holme is going to be falling on the empath as well. And there come the GGs, as Legion team played this game, well, drafted this game appropriately versus Hellborn team.
Yeah, but the Legion team also had really farmed supports. And that's the main thing I noticed, is that like the Hellborn team is so underfarmed on their supports. And I think that it mainly comes back to the lack of map control, right?
Yeah, but it's just simply the fact that they lost every lane.
Yeah, I don't think they should have lost mid lane. I think that is one of the big issues that they had this game. The like bottom lane loss was expected, top lane loss was expected. They could have maybe chose to switch it around a little bit, but even then, I don't think that Zephyr is that terrible in the tri lane. But I don't think they should have ever lost mid lane with the Pebbles against the Bombardier there.
Yeah, but
And
it
not
was
only-
the rotations, right? It was
Yeah,
the
not
Moira
only did
rotation.
they lose it because of the rotations, they also because like they just kind of ran into a DD Bombardier at minute 2 or something.
Yeah, it was also the fact that they had quite good rune control on Bombardier, so he got the double damage, which did end up changing a lot. But
Yeah.
it just felt like to me, had they aggressive tri laned with the Sandwraith from the start to secure his farm, Zephyr wouldn't have had anything in the lane, and they would have been forced to rotate on
Yeah,
other
but
heroes.
if you rotate like Moira plus Aluna bottom together with an Zephyr, don't you win that tri lane? Because like
I
as you
don't
said,
know. I don't think
Voodoo
Zephyr
really
is that
isn't
good in tri lane.
like Voodoo really isn't that good in tri lane either, and Moira and Luna are.
Yeah.
Right?
But I think in an aggressive tri lane, it works a lot better versus a Zephyr, because a Zephyr is not going to be as effective because he needs the XP. He
True.
needs to get levels so he can get more tornadoes, because otherwise his damage is minimal.
True. Anyway, roleplay with both teams. Any final thoughts?
No, I think we discussed it quite fairly. So this was the final match of today. Just wondering, Paradise, are there any words you would like to say before we head out? Yeah, so I'm going to give it over to Paradise. GG's to both teams. Good is going to be facing Polymorph, otherwise known as Lactose Intolerant from tournaments before. And another match tomorrow is going to be Team Tim versus Big Ego Crew. So, Paradise, take it away.
All right, thank you, Shurkan, and thank you everybody for tuning in for today, day one of the HoN Oh My God League tournament cycle number 5. Best of 8 today was done, and tomorrow we're gonna jump into semifinals and finals, and that's going to be on, if I'm not mistaken, let me just check here, 1 p.m. GMT UTC plus 0. So that's the time zone. You can check in brackets on chat right now in the commands. You can check on brackets. It's gonna be on your time zone. Anyhow, thank you all for tuning in, and see you tomorrow in the semifinals and the finals of the tour. Good night, everyone.